Good morning, everybody. What's up? It's been a minute. How is everybody doing? Because man, it's been a busy, busy 4 months for me. But I wanted to reach out to you guys, do a nice little educational stream, have a little fun this morning before I head off to my internship. Sorry, I'm drinking my coffee while I'm doing this stream, but it's pretty early here. It's like 6:30. So as we roll in, bear in mind this stream probably won't be up very long. We're going to be using a lot of copyrighted material, and you know how that goes with the YouTube gods. They don't appreciate you just using people's copyrighted material, especially if it's something that was mass produced. The reason why I wanted to do this stream, it was really triggered by an assessment that I did yesterday. So one of the projects that I'm working on is really focusing on healthcare disparities and social determinants to health, and how things like race and other identities factor into your healthcare outcomes pretty much. So you got to get a lot of different clients. There has to be a large pool of clients that you interview, and they have to be different age groups and different racial backgrounds. So one of the age groups that I did yesterday, I had this gentleman who was about 65 years old, and he was telling me about white gentleman, middle class. Actually, not really middle class. I would probably say he's a little under middle class. I would probably say he's a part of what is known as like the working poor. Like you have a job, you work every day, but you still don't make enough to really pay for your rent, your bills, and you rely on the system on some level to kind of keep you afloat. So, in any event, we did an interview with him, and he was just telling me a little bit about his family and where the drugs and alcohol really took over his family. And he mentioned that for him, the real problem started when his brother died in Vietnam. He was the youngest of four boys, and two of his brothers were sent to Vietnam. One of his brothers was too old. One came back, and the other did not. And his mother had a lot of issues with just dealing with that. And what was socially, them just drinking, especially his mother, she was just a social drinker. It eventually evolved into just full on alcoholism. And since he learned that that's how you handle your problems, you get plastered, he started to develop a drinking problem that eventually transitioned to something bigger. It transitioned to opioid usage, and now he's struggling with fentanyl. And this is an older gentleman, so still doing those hardcore drugs can be very dangerous. So he basically explained to me that the Vietnam War wasn't just something that happened to his family, it happened to a lot of American families where it just caused a big hole and everything just fell apart afterwards. And I remember being a kid growing up, Vietnam was a topic that was rarely brought up. I didn't have any family members who went to Vietnam. Well, I have a couple of uncles, but like not many. Most of my family members were either too old or too young for the Vietnam era. So I didn't realize how damaging that conflict was to Americans in general, to the world, and how Vietnam set up a lot of the policies that happened afterwards. Like there is really a straight line from Vietnam to the Cold War to 9/11. You would think these things aren't related, but a lot of those proxy wars that were going on in the 1960s and 1970s influence what would be terrorism or the war on terrorism. And since most millennials don't know much about Vietnam unless they study it, and their schools were strategic at hiding this information, they didn't want the kids to know what was going on with Vietnam. What's up? What's up, Aunt? Good morning. But since they didn't want the kids to really know what was going on in Vietnam, they start to redefine the Vietnam War, right? Now it's the Vietnam conflict. Look at your kids, history books. See how they reduce the scale and the importance of the Vietnam War. And this is literally America's longest conflict, the longest. We fought Vietnam in one way or another for almost 60 years. And it's something to really think about and really reflect on. And also, Vietnam is just a catalyst of all of these colonies pushing back against European powers. And since many millennials don't know the story of Vietnam, I want to share this documentary with you. It's Ken Burns' Vietnam. Now, first, let me tell you a little bit about Ken Burns. Love Ken Burns. My favorite documentarian. Ken Burns has done some amazing work. One of my favorite things that he did was the Civil War. It's an old documentary that still holds the test of time pretty much. It's a 10-hour documentary, and so is this Vietnam War documentary. It's 10 hours. So if you commit to watching a 10-hour documentary, then you are going to not only be informed, there's some entertainment values, especially with this Vietnam War documentary, because he hired Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails to do the music. When I say that the music is amazing, you're going to get a little bit of it of the documentary, but man, when I say that the music is amazing in this documentary, not so much with the Vietnam War one. I'm not a big fan of those minstrel tunes and shit. It reminds me too much of slavery. But like this documentary has some amazing music. So we're going to get into a little bit of the history of Vietnam. I'm going to interject a little bit here and there just to add a little bit more context, because I happen to know a lot about the Asiatic wars of the 1950s to up into the 1990s. Because when I say this stuff goes straight into the war of terrorism, it really goes straight into it. And if you think about a lot of the tactics that the Vietnamese used against the Americans, whether they were the North Vietnamese or the South Vietnamese, they used tactics that look very similar to what the insurgents did in Afghanistan and Iraq. This idea of, we're not about to fight you at a line. We're going to sneak up on you. We're going to ambush. These tactics, people may feel like these are not the best tactics to use in war, but it worked. I mean, at the end of the day, Vietnam was able to repel not only European powers, but Americans. And there's something to be said about that. I mean, say what you want. They fought like hell and they got rid of us. So, and the great thing about this documentary, it's not one of those documentaries where it's just, America is great. It's all about America. You're going to get interviews from not only American soldiers, but the Viet Cong, South Vietnamese, or the party that was really friendly with the Americans, and of course the North Vietnam, the people who were pushing against the commercialization of Vietnam. So it's a very well-rounded documentary. Like, everyone gets their opportunity to say their piece. So we're going to hop right into it. Like I said, I'm going to pop in every once in a while to add context. This stream is going to have to come down because, like I said, I'm using copyrighted material, but this is good material to have. So let's get this music. Hold on one second. Only got like one person in here, but it's all good. Now, bear with me. I haven't done this in a minute. I haven't streamed in like 4 or 5 months. All right. Here we go.
Major support for the Vietnam War was provided by members of the Better Angels Society, including Jonathan and Jeannie Levine, Diane and Hal Brierly, Amy and David Abrams, John and Catherine Debs, the Fullerton Family Charitable Fund, the Montrone family, Linda and Stuart Resnick, the Perry and Donna Golkin Family Foundation, the Lynch Foundation, the Roger and Rosemary Enrico Foundation, and by these additional funders. Major funding was also provided by David H. Koch, the Blavatnik Family Foundation, the Park Foundation, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Pew Charitable Trusts, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, the Arthur Vining Davis Foundations, the Ford Foundation Just Films, by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by viewers like you.
I just wanted to unpause this for a hot second. Personally, I've always trusted PBS, even when I was a little kid. Like, I may not trust CNN or Fox News, but I trust PBS. So just wanted to put that out there for you guys.
Thank you.
Bank of America proudly supports Ken Burns and Lynn Novick's film, The Vietnam War. Because fostering different perspectives and civil discourse around important issues.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Trigger warning. This is war. Okay, so it's going to be pretty rough. There's going to be some really intense scenes. And Vietnam War was captured by TV. It wasn't like any of these other wars where we saw pictures and we got articles. We got some footage and it's going to be rough to watch. So if you are very sensitive, if this is a lot for you to consume early in the morning, I totally get it. But heads up, I figured I should probably let you guys know about that.
Issues furthers progress, equality, and a more connected society. Go to bankofamerica.com/betterconnected to learn more.
Coming home from Vietnam was close to as traumatic as the war itself. For years, nobody talked about Vietnam. We were friends with a young couple, and it was only after 12 years that the two wives were talking. Found out that we both had been Marines in Vietnam. Never said a word about it, never mentioned it. And the whole country was like that. It was so divisive. And it's like living in a family with an alcoholic father. Shh, we don't talk about that. Our country did that with Vietnam. It's only been very recently that I think that, the baby boomers are finally starting to say, what happened? What happened?
Quick interjection. Now it makes a lot more sense why the baby boomers are so friggin' traumatized. And I wonder if millennials are going to start to display some of those behaviors in the future, especially if you grew up in the Northeast. Even if you didn't grow up in the Northeast, the 9/11 generation is something that people overlook. The trauma that was associated with that. Like, many of us were teenagers or preteens, and our parents were hyper-focusing over, of course, the incident that happened in 9/11, terrorism. They're watching Fox News all day long. And when you become inundated in that world, I wonder how much anxiety can, be built from that type of experience. How much stress can be built from that? So when you come across these boomers and they're all pissed off and they have all these emotional issues and their tender ages of 65, maybe it's because of things like Vietnam, the fear that was associated with, the Cold War, and this idea that maybe you may go to school and there's, and you can be bombed by the Russians. So something to think about. Maybe this is why these boomers are so cantankerous.
What we need now in this country is to heal the wounds and to put Vietnam behind us.
killing in this tragic war must stop.
But General Westmoreland's strategy is producing results. The enemy is no longer closer to victory.
No matter how you measure it, we're better off than we thought we would be at this time.
You have been less than candid as to how deeply we are involved in Vietnam.
We have increased our assistance to the government, its logistics. We have not sent combat troops there.
You have a row of dominoes set up, and you knock over the first one, and the last one certainly did go over.
If aggression is successful in Korea, we can expect it to spread throughout Asia and Europe and to this hemisphere.
Also, bear in mind, Korea is going on simultaneously. Bear in mind, all throughout Vietnam, you have all of these assassination of political leaders. There's all of this unrest all over the place. And it's interesting how we barely talk about how crazy the 1960s and 1970s truly were politically. We always talk about how divided we are now. You want to see some division? Look at the 1960s.
Oh, where have you been, my blue-eyed son? And where have you been, my darling young one?
Viktor Frankl, who survived the death camps in World War II, wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning. You know, to live is to suffer. To survive is to find meaning in suffering. And for those of us who suffered because of Vietnam, that's been our quest ever since.
And it's a hard rain. You're gonna fall.
America's involvement in Vietnam began in secrecy. It ended 30 years later in failure, witnessed by the entire world.
And what did you see, my darling?
It was begun in good faith by decent people out of fateful misunderstandings, American overconfidence, and Cold War miscalculation. And it was prolonged because it seemed easier to muddle through than admit that it had been caused by tragic decisions made by 5 American presidents belonging to both political parties. Before the war was over, more than 58,000 Americans would be dead. At least 250,000 South Vietnamese troops died in the conflict as well. So did over 1 million North Vietnamese soldiers and Viet Cong guerrillas.
Sharp swords in the hands of young children, and it's hard.
2 million.
Can you imagine 1 million people dying in war? 1 million. And they're going to next tell you over 2 million non-combatants were killed. That is a gargantuan number. And it wasn't that long ago, this conflict. But it's interesting how not only academia, but also just public schooling in general, they did their best to pretty much ignore everything that happened in Vietnam. And if memory serves me correct, when I was growing up, there was a lot of focus on, you know, the wall coming down and the fall of the USSR, but there wasn't any focus on all the bad stuff that happened before that point. And if you don't pay attention to all of these things that happened before your victory, then your victory is going to be very short-lived. And I think that's what we're experiencing now.
Civilians, north and south, are thought to have perished, as well as tens of thousands more in the neighboring states of Laos and Cambodia. For many Vietnamese, it was a brutal civil war. For others, the bloody climactic chapter in a century-old struggle for independence.
And what'll you do now, my blue-eyed son?
For those Americans who fought in it, and for those who fought against it back home, as well as for those who merely glimpsed it on the nightly news, the Vietnam War was a decade of agony, the most divisive period since the Civil War. Vietnam seemed to call everything into question. The value of honor and gallantry, the qualities of cruelty and mercy, the candor of the American government, and what it means to be a patriot.
Where hunger is ugly, where the souls are forgotten.
And those who lived through it have never been able to erase its memory, have never stopped arguing about what really happened, why everything went so badly wrong, who was to blame, and whether it was all worth it.
Thời gian nó qua đến gần 40 năm rồi. Ngay cả các cựu chiến binh Việt Nam cũng tránh hát chiến thắng giải phóng thì không mà. Thế còn chuyện thắng thua không phải. Chiến tranh không ai thắng ai thua hết. Chỉ có tàn nát, không có thắng thua gì ở đây. Chỉ có mấy ông không bao giờ đánh nhau. Rồi thì mới bàn luận, người thắng ông kia thua.
And it's a hard rains are gonna fall.
Giữa thế kỷ 19 và người Pháp đánh dần ăn cướp và người ta hình dung đến một cuộc xâm lược thật sự là đẫm máu.
The French conquest of Indochina began with an attack on the ancient Vietnamese port of Da Nang in 1858. It took 50 years to lay claim to the whole region, Laos and Cambodia, as well as the 1,200-mile-long area that would come to be called Vietnam. All of it was ruled by a French governor-general from his palace in Hanoi. The French largely lived on plantation estates, and in cities like Saigon,
Pause. Isn't it interesting that no matter where these people in Europe go, especially during this time period, they are immediately trying to create a pseudo, antebellum style plantations, even in Asia. So it's interesting. Like they go there, they're not trying to build with the people, they're trying to turn Vietnam to a mini France and create these large sprawling plantations where, needless to say, they benefited from work that was poorly paid, if paid at all. I think they had not an official slavery, but they definitely had something that was very adjacent to it. So interesting how that system just goes no matter where they go.
Made to look as much as possible like those at home. Most did not even bother to learn the language spoken by their subjects. Instead, they installed a series of puppet emperors and employed a network of French-speaking Vietnamese officials, mandarins, willing to carry out their wishes. The French put their subjects to work, building roads and canals, railroads and bridges.
Tất nhiên họ có cái nền văn minh Pháp, tự hào là họ đã mang đến cho dân Việt Nam những cái văn minh của phương Tây. Tuy nhiên người Việt Nam đã chẳng cần. Nền độc lập nó quan trọng.
The Vietnamese people did not take easily to French occupation, just as they had fought against earlier invasions by the Chinese. By the early 20th century, nationalism was on the rise. But anyone who dared resist colonial rule risked exile, prison, or the guillotine.
They control everything. The resource from our country. But mostly they took our independence and our freedom. When I was a small child, I got a nationalism already from school. And I always looked at the French as my enemy. My enemy.
Nó coi người Việt Nam như là cái người thấp kém hơn. Tôi sợ nhưng mà ở Việt Nam là hoàn toàn không có equality, không có độc bình đẳng. Chúng tôi rất là ghét Pháp điều đó.
My hatred for them was pure. Pure. I hated them so much. And I was so scared of them. Boy, I was terrified of them. And the scareder I got, the more I hated them. I was an 18-year-old Marine rifleman with the ink still wet on my high school diploma. I didn't want to shame myself in front of my buddies. But I was so scared.
18. These are kids. Like, and that is a common thing with all wars. They're basically fought by kids. I mean, what you're going to notice with this documentary, assuming you watch the entire thing, is the people who are fighting against each other, whether they're kids from America or housewives who literally have to become guerrilla fighters now. Like, nobody wanted to be there. Nobody was happy about being there. It was a miserable conflict that no side really wanted to fight.
Scared. I felt like I was hanging onto my honor by my fingernails the whole time I was there.
In the spring of 1919, as the victorious Allied powers met in Paris to rebuild a world shattered by the Great War, President Woodrow Wilson headed the American delegation, housed in the Hotel Crillon. One day, a tall, slender, 29-year-old man appeared with a petition for the president he and other Vietnamese nationalists had written. Inspired by Wilson's declaration that the interests of colonial peoples should be given equal weight with those of their European rulers, the man was asking that this principle be applied to his homeland. The president's secretary promised to show it to Wilson, but there is no evidence that he ever did. His name was Win Tat Tan, but he was now living under an alias, Win Ai Quoc, Win the Patriot. During his long, shadowy career, he would adopt some 70 different pseudonyms, finally settling on the most enlightened one, Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh was a man who succeeded in projecting an image of somebody who was totally dedicated to freeing his country and his people from foreign domination. to the point that he sacrificed his own well-being, his own life, not having a family of his own. To Vietnamese, that's a big sacrifice, because to us, everybody needs a family.
During the conflict with Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh was demonized naturally in America, but the demonization that was used in the media was hella racist. I mean, some of the cartoons, there were in actual newspapers depicting what was supposed to be Ho Chi Minh was super racist. So at the end of the day, the fact that Ho Chi Minh wanted independence from France and him being Asian was the real issue. Like him coming from an Asian country, especially one that wasn't as developed as, say, Japan or even China at that time, they kind of looked at him as like, how dare you expect any type of respect? So Ho Chi Minh was actually a great man. And I definitely encourage people to look up all the great works that Ho Chi Minh did. He was a very intelligent man, very well written, taught himself a lot of the things that he knew. So definitely look up Ho Chi Minh when you get an opportunity.
Ho Chi Minh was born in 1890, the son of a minor official in the French regime. After taking part in a demonstration against the puppet emperor and the Frenchman who pulled his strings, Ho was expelled from school and marked for arrest. He left Vietnam in 1911 and remained in exile for 30 years. He served as a cook's helper aboard a French liner and visited New York and Boston, where he worked for a time as a pastry chef at the Parker House. He shoveled snow in London, tinted photographs in Paris. There, Ho Chi Minh joined the French Socialist Party, but when he discovered the anti-colonial writings of Lenin, he became a communist. He was invited to Moscow to study, underwent training as a Soviet agent, was sometimes criticized for being a nationalist first, a communist second, and then was dispatched to China to organize a cell of other Vietnamese exiles and help establish the Indo-Chinese Communist Party.
But Ho Chi Minh was still an agent, because what we just described was a foreign nation plucking a person and selecting them. I won't say they radicalized him, because clearly he was more of a Vietnam nationalist than a communist, like they described. But they pretty much, I won't say they didn't radicalize him, but they definitely influenced his decision making and definitely influenced where he ended up. And so it's interesting how these foreign countries will find someone within the community, build a relationship with them, and then all of a sudden they're infiltrating spaces. So when I see this happen on YouTube, and I know this is a smaller, it's much smaller than, of course, the world, but YouTube still is a pretty large community. People can be radicalized, people can be selected and influenced, and now they're changing their rhetoric, and now they're trying to influence others. So though I do respect Ho Chi Minh, I do recognize that he was an agent for the Russian government.
Through it all, he was taut and quivering, a friend remembered, with only one thought: his country, Vietnam. By 1940, much of the world was at war again. Germany had seized most of Western Europe, including France. Imperial Japan threatened many of the European colonies in Asia and occupied Vietnam, where they permitted their allies, the collaborationist French, to continue to oversee their colony. To some Vietnamese, the coming of the Japanese seemed to signal a welcome end to white colonial rule. But Ho Chi Minh, still in exile in China, saw the Japanese as alien invaders, no more welcome than the French. They were only interested in exploiting his country and seizing Vietnamese crops to fill their own rice bowls.
In other words, Ho Chi Minh was super on code for at least the people of Vietnam. Like, he's like, I don't care if they are an Asiatic ethnicity, they're still coming up over here trying to take over our space. That's why I really like Ho Chi Minh. Like, I don't like all of his politics, of course, but I do appreciate how on code he was.
The time had come, he said, to rally patriots of all ages and all types, peasants, workers, merchants, and soldiers, to defeat the Japanese and the collaborationist French. In February of 1941, after 3 decades away from his homeland, Ho Chi Minh slipped back across the Chinese border into Vietnam and set up headquarters near the remote village of Phoc Ba, in a limestone cave at the side of a mountain he named for Karl Marx. Overlooking a jungle stream he named for his hero, Lenin. There, he founded a revolutionary movement, which he called the Vietnam Independence League, the Viet Minh.
Everybody want to join the Viet Minh to fight. Mostly, nobody know about the Viet Minh as a communist organization.
To build and lead a fighting force for his revolution, Ho called upon Va Nguyen Giap, a one-time teacher of French history who had instructed the children of Hanoi's elite. Giap was an early convert to communism, whose lifelong hatred for the French intensified when they beat his wife to death in prison. Inspired by Napoleon, Lawrence of Arabia, and the communist Chinese revolutionary Mao Zedong, Giap had already begun to develop a distinctive theory of warfare that relied on guerrilla tactics until a full-scale conventional attack could be mounted. In the fight for independence, which he believed was coming, his armies, Giap said, would be everywhere and nowhere.
The reason Vietnamese had always resort to guerrilla warfare was because we were a small country, and it was just a way of fight the weak against the strong. Don't fight unless you're sure you can win, and surprise is a big element.
You know what? That's one of the pillars that I live by when it comes down to taking on not only fighting, but like anytime you take on a huge challenge. Like, some people are very impulsive. As soon as they come across some type of barrier, they're immediately going at it. And you're never supposed to fight unless you know you can win. And if that means being a little patient, then be patient. So a lot of their philosophies and their approach, not only to war, to society in general, is very interesting. And that's why I have a lot of respect for the people of Vietnam. And I think that's ultimately why they were successful, because they had those ethics. Like, some people may not respect the way that they fought, but they fought and they won. So clearly, in my opinion, it was God's work.
Choose your own battle.
I had about 26 guys that day out of 45. We were always somewhat under strength, and this day we were quite under strength. My platoon's on point. And all of a sudden, the very point man, the first guy in the column, said, BC on the trail, BC on the trail. Before I had a chance to digest this, he went down, shot right through the chest. And what was a very well-laid ambush erupted. I knew I'd lost a bunch of guys. I said a prayer to God saying, basically, if you need any more guys from my platoon, take me. Don't take any more of my men. As soon as I said it, I freaked myself out and said, holy, can I take that prayer back?
By the spring of 1945, more than 3 years after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States government was looking for allies behind the lines in Vietnam. The Americans were hoping to find a way to undermine Japanese forces there when they were contacted by Ho Chi Minh.
And so it was decided to drop an OSS team in to meet with the Viet Minh leadership. Paul Hoagland was the medic on the team. And the first thing he was told was that he must attend to their leader, who was desperately sick. So he was taken to a grass shack where a bewhiskered, skinny man lay in a bundle of straw, desperately ill. And that was Ho Chi Minh.
The OSS, the secret wartime precursor of the CIA, supplied Ho's ragtag guerrillas with arms and marveled at how quickly they learned to handle them. Ho Chi Minh began to call his followers the Viet American Army and praised the United States as a champion of democracy that would surely help them end colonial rule.
Yeah, this story is very interesting because this is the same relationship that America had with the Mujahideen, who, of course, was led by Osama bin Laden as they pushed against the USSR. So same story, supplying them with weapons, training, and all that stuff. And then ultimately, we went to war with these people. My instinct tells me that's not by mistake. I feel like a lot of times our country builds relationships with other countries to get in their business to ultimately go to war with them at some point. But I feel like that's a different stream. Probably not something I can even talk too much about on YouTube, but my own personal opinion.
We saw the American coming. And when we look at the American, we consider them as a kind of free man liberating the people. They have liberated Europe already.
Meanwhile, famine gripped the northern part of the country. Hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese were dying of starvation, while Japanese storehouses were filled with rice.
In those days, garbage was collected by people pushing carts. And my mother remembers that every morning she would see these garbage carts going around and people picking up dead bodies and throwing them on the carts. It was incredible. And people who lived through it would never forgot.
Duong Van Mai's father was the deputy governor of a province east of Hanoi, the son and grandson of mandarins who had all served the French. He and his wife had 17 children.
Parents who had children who were plump, were very afraid of their children being stolen and killed. And it was really like hell on earth. The government didn't have a clue on how to deal with this calamity.
But Ho Chi Minh did. He directed the Viet Minh to break into the Japanese storehouses wherever they could and distribute the rice to the people. They were hailed as saviors. when an atomic bomb destroyed Hiroshima, and 3 days later a second one destroyed Nagasaki, Japanese surrender seemed imminent. Ho Chi Minh called upon all Vietnamese to rise up and take over their own country before the Free French could re-establish their old colonial regime. They did, in cities and towns across the country. On September 2nd, 1945, the same day the Japanese formally surrendered, hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese streamed into Ba Dinh Square in Hanoi to see for the first time the mysterious leader of the Viet Minh and hear him proclaim Vietnam's independence. With an OSS officer standing nearby, Ho Chi Minh began with the words of Thomas Jefferson: "All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness."
Cả dân Việt Nam chứ không phải riêng tôi. Ai cũng thấy.
There's so much irony just with all of this. It's like it's an irony wrapped inside of like a Hollywood Easter egg. It's like you got Thomas Jefferson, one of the biggest enslavers ever, who had a whole 13-year-old mulatto sex slave talking about the freedom of men. And then you have the Vietnamese people using his quotes to establish their own freedom with the support from America, who they ultimately go to war with in a couple of years. It's deliciously ironic. It's so many layers to that. But it just goes to show you, like, these countries can be very close. They can build these little relationships, but America really got involved with Vietnam because they wanted to undermine Japan. So once Japan, gets bombed out in Nagasaki and also Hiroshima, once the war is over, what relationship does America need to have with Vietnam? Do they need to keep a relationship, or are they going to try to take over that little power vacuum? Well, let's find out.
Từ nay, nước Việt Nam được độc lập, tự do, thống nhất, toàn vẹn lãnh thổ và có tên trên bản đồ thế giới. Mọi người rất tự hào.
Ho Chi Minh had great hopes that the U.S. would support the Vietnam desire for independence, not necessarily by intervening, but by doing what it could to support an independence movement.
Ho Chi Minh's hopes for American support were calculated but understandable. President Franklin Roosevelt had promised a post-war world that would respect the rights of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they live. But Roosevelt was dead now, and his successor, Harry Truman, had inherited a very different world. The alliance with the Soviet Union that had won the Second World War had collapsed. The Soviets now occupied the Eastern European countries they had overrun and hoped to spread their influence farther into Iran, Turkey, and the Mediterranean. A new Cold War had begun. French President Charles de Gaulle warned that if the United States insisted on independence for her colonies, France might have no choice but to fall into the Russian orbit. The United States must do nothing to undercut the restoration of France's empire, including Vietnam.
First of all, no offense, but fuck the French right now. Like, especially in this time period. Like, you couldn't even protect your own country from Germany, right? Ain't no way you should have got any colonies. You can't even protect yourselves. So it's interesting that after the war, they still wanted to hold on to these colonies that were thousands of miles away in Asia. I mean, it says a lot about the French government. And when you look at where things are, especially in Paris, where they're rioting every 5 seconds, it lets you know that they have a shit government that has never improved. Like, it's been hundreds of years. You can go all the way back to the Haitian Revolution. Like, they don't have a very strong sense of what government is. And it's evident in their foreign policy, and it's also evident with where their economy is. So that's just me kicking the French right quick.
There were hardly any Americans in Vietnam, you know, State Department people, consular officials, a few businessmen, hardly anyone from this country knew where Vietnam was located.
George Wicks was part of a 7-man OSS mission sent to Saigon, the largest city in the South. The United States was officially neutral, hoping the French and Viet Minh could reach some peaceful solution on their own. Allied leaders had agreed temporarily to divide Vietnam into 2 separate zones. Nationalist Chinese troops were to handle things in the north. British colonial troops would try to perform the same task in the south, where rival factions, including the French and Viet Minh, were already fighting in the streets of Saigon.
No one was in charge. On both sides, there was brutality and atrocity and violence. It wasn't quite a civil war, but it was getting very close to civil war in the streets of Saigon.
Lieutenant Colonel Peter Dewey, the 28-year-old commander of the OSS in Saigon, tried to make sense of it all.
Right from the start, he was in touch with everybody, not only the French, but very soon he established a connection with various Vietnamese groups. The Viet Minh soon established themselves as the most successful.
Dewey, who spoke fluent French, brokered talks between a Viet Minh spokesman and the senior French representative in the city. His efforts infuriated British General Douglas Gracie, who commanded Allied forces in the south. Gracie was convinced that French control should be reimposed as soon as possible. By conferring with the Viet Minh, Gracie said, Colonel Dewey had become a subversive force. The violence in and around Saigon escalated. Colonel Dewey urgently cabled his superiors. Vietnam is burning, he wrote. The French and British are finished here, and the United States, he concluded, ought to clear out of Southeast Asia. 2 days later, September 26, 1945, he set out for the airport, prepared to fly to OSS headquarters. At a roadblock, the Viet Minh mistook Dewey for a Frenchman and opened fire. He was killed instantly.
Ho Chi Minh wrote to the United States, lamenting the deaths of Dewey, whom he recognized as a person sympathetic to his cause. It seemed a terrible irony that Dewey, who was doing what he could to help the Vietnamese independence movement, should have been killed by the Vietnamese by a mistake.
Yeah, this whole thing is super ironic. So with the situation with Dewey, he was the first, well, probably not the first American to die in Vietnam, but the first American to die in this conflict, because now Americans are officially being targeted, because to the Vietnamese, they probably can't tell the difference. They're not walking up and saying, hey, are you French or you American? They are in the middle of a civil war. They are a colony that has recently been freed. Well, not really even officially freed, but the French don't really have power over there. So they're trying to assume control again, which is a natural thing. This is their homeland. Before the French were there, they were there. Instead of America realizing this is very similar to the American Revolution, even though the American Revolution they weren't really like indigenous to that space, but they at least lived there a couple of generations, and they were trying to repel the British, they could have looked at it as an opportunity to support this country, or at very least mind our business. But needless to say, spoiler alert, we didn't mind our business. We became more involved in Vietnam, especially as the French loses complete control of Vietnam. The French basically shit themselves. And as you see, as this thing progresses, the French really they shit the bed here. It's really embarrassing. And they lose in such an embarrassing fashion. America should have realized, the French really lost. They lost really bad to a bunch of guerrilla fighters. Maybe we should just allow things to do its thing and just mind our business. But America's desire to control communism and isolate Russia fueled our involvement in Vietnam.
An elderly African-American woman answered the door. I think she knew the instant she saw us why we were there. And the Padres said, I'm terribly sorry to inform you, but your son was killed in Vietnam. And she just sat down, didn't say a word. And her husband says, no, there's a mistake. He comes back with this letter and he said, look, see, we got it yesterday. Our son was still alive yesterday. And the chaplain looked at the letter and he said, it's a week old. I think your son was killed on the day he wrote this letter.
In the fall of 1945, a week after Colonel Dewey's death, fresh French troops began arriving in Saigon, taking over from the British. They quickly established control of the city and set out to reoccupy the entire country. Ho Chi Minh hoped somehow to achieve independence without a war with France, and he still hoped the United States would intervene. You never had an empire, never exploited the Asian peoples, he would tell a visiting American journalist. Do not be blinded by this issue of communism.
He did not want to fight the French as an enemy of America. And in fact, I saw the letters he wrote to President Truman saying, we believe in the same things you believe. Those letters I saw in the CIA files. They had never been given to President Truman.
In June of 1946, Ho Chi Minh returned to Paris in a fruitless attempt to get the French to live up to a promise they had made of increased autonomy for his country. While Ho was away, General Giap began consolidating communist control of the revolution. He conducted a merciless purge of members of rival nationalist parties and people he called reactionary saboteurs, landlords and moneylenders, Trotskyites and Catholics, men and women accused of collaborating with the French. Hundreds were shot, drowned, buried alive.
So yeah, once you start drowning people and burying them alive, like, man, that's when you know whatever your initial goals were it's been hijacked by fucking crazy people. Because there's no once you start drowning people, it's like you're clearly doing some evil ass shit. So I realized that they wanted independence. They wanted to repel the French. I get it, but goddamn. Like burying people alive, you look like the villain. Irregardless to how noble the initial idea of independence was, it's like it's completely eroded because you've decided that you needed to drown somebody or bury them alive. I mean, if you want to do an execution, I mean, even those can be kind of ridiculous, but do a hanging. Like have a normal execution, but like they're shooting people in the street. And since this is happening, the media is reporting this. The media isn't 24 hours like it is now, but they're still reporting all of this, all of this havoc going on in Vietnam. So when people who are outside of Vietnam, they can just imagine these people just being warlords. And a lot of the racialized thinking, especially in the media, you really see it during this time period where they're describing these people as just fighting and just almost very similar to how they describe African warlords now. They describe the Vietnamese like that. So it's crazy.
Tôi thấy là Việt Minh nó giết đồng bào, nó không thật sự tranh đấu cho đồng bào mà nó tranh đấu cho cái hệ thống cộng sản quốc tế mà thôi.
On December 19th, 1946, after months of building tension, fighting broke out in Hanoi between the Viet Minh and the French. The Viet Minh proved no match for French firepower. Ho, Giap, and their comrades slipped out of the city and returned to their mountain stronghold far to the north. Those who have rifles will use their rifles, Ho declared in a radio address calling for a nationwide guerrilla war. Those who have swords will use swords. Those who have no swords will use spades or sticks.
Cái cảm giác về một cái nghĩa vụ đối với đất nước phải đánh giặc. Và tôi nhớ cái thời kỳ đó chiến tranh nó vui mà nó đẹp lắm. Chúng tôi đi đánh nhau là còn hát Thiên Thai mà còn hát Suối Mơ, những cái bài hát rất là lãng mạn.
But the country Ho Chi Minh hoped to unite was itself bitterly divided. Families were being torn apart. Despite her father's position in the French government, Duong Von Mai's sister felt compelled to answer Ho's call.
My older sister, Thang, was married to a man who had great sympathy for the Viet Minh. And by that time, Ho Chi Minh had evacuated his government to the mountain base. So my sister and her husband trekked all the way from Hanoi toward the base in order to join the resistance against the French. So the Vietnam War was really a civil war, down to the family level.
France poured thousands of men into Vietnam. French regulars, European mercenaries, and colonial troops from Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Senegal, who fought alongside an army of Cambodians, Laotians, and anti-communist Vietnamese. French forces managed to occupy most of the large towns and province capitals and established hundreds of isolated outposts. The French also set out to try to win over rural Vietnamese through a program they called pacification, pacification, building dikes, schools and roads, and vaccinating children.
The French would pacify a village, and during the daytime, they could control it. But at night, the Viet Minh would come back. And so it was never completely secure. My father would shake his head and said, pacification is really futile because it's like trying to hold sand in your fingers.
The Viet Minh mined roads, blew up bridges and railroads, ambushed French patrols, and then disappeared. French soldiers sometimes took revenge on the nearest village, burning homes, raping women, executing men suspected of aiding the Viet Minh.
Năm 1948 ở quê tôi á, thì thực dân Pháp nó ruồng, nó dùng xe tăng nó càng vô, coi như nhà cửa đốt sạch. Trâu bò, trâu người nông dân cài đó, trâu tôi cũng bị bắn chết hàng loạt. Là cái thời tôi còn nhỏ, còn bé, tôi thấy cái cảnh đó là nó đã in sâu trong tâm, trong đầu óc của mình rồi.
But the communists proved every bit as ruthless as the French. It is better to kill even those who might be innocent, one commander said, than to let a guilty person go. And they specifically targeted anyone who had links to the French.
Once my father started working for the French, then he was a target, especially the higher he rose, the bigger target he became. A Viet Minh agent actually came in with a pistol to shoot him, but at the last moment decided not to.
Và tôi cũng chứng kiến là Việt Minh đã bắt những người lính Việt Nam ở trong quân đội Pháp và lột trần họ, rồi giết họ một cách dã man bằng cách chôn sống, mà không phải là bắn để gọi là tốn đạn. Chúng tôi đã sống với 2 tầng áp bức.
French casualties continued to mount. There are days when we are so discouraged that we would like to give it all up, a French soldier wrote his mother. Convoys under attack, roads cut, firing in all directions every night. The indifference at home.
While I was there, I had the opportunity to call my mother, and I was telling my mother what was happening over there, and I was telling her, she shouldn't believe what she sees in the newspaper and sees on television because we're losing the war. I said, you'll probably never see me again because we're the most northern outpost that the Marines have. We could look right into Vietnam. We could see the sparks when the guns fired on us. And I said, everybody in my unit's dying. I probably won't be coming back. And my mother said, no, you're coming back. She said, I talk to God every day, and you're special. You're coming back. And I said, Ma, everybody's mother thinks that they're special. I'm putting pieces of special people in bags.
Isn't that like the Black mother response, though? And I can tell in that conversation that neither of them could really comfort the other. She couldn't be comforted by saying, well, you're going to come home because you're special and God loves you. He's like, nah, like everybody's mom is saying that. Everybody's mom is saying that, and they're not coming home. So he wasn't comfort, she wasn't comfort. Just imagine what these families are going through. We're going to also hear a lot more from the Viet Cong. We're learning a lot more about the Vietnamese and what their family dynamics were. Like the woman earlier mentioned, since her father was so high ranked within the French, not even the French government, but with the French controlled government, he became a target. And you're going to see that a lot of those families, the wealthier families who eventually had to flee to Saigon, they were targeted because of their wealth. It's very similar to the French Revolution. It's like the wealthy people were on the chopping block.
President Truman's dramatic announcement that Russia had the atom secret caused State Departments all over the world to stir uneasily.
We were
very aware that there was a Cold War and that we had an enemy, and that enemy was the Soviet Union. The United States stood at one pole and the Soviet Union stood at the other pole. It was kind of a Manichaean dynamic that there was evil and there was good, and we were good and the other side was evil. It wasn't morally ambiguous.
Just a few weeks after Russia became a nuclear power, there was more stunning news. Communist forces under Mao Zedong seized control of China. Separate communist insurrections were also underway in the British colonies of Burma and Malaya. In January 1950, Mao formally recognized Ho Chi Minh's insurgency and agreed to provide the arms, equipment, and military training he had been seeking. The Soviets recognized the Viet Minh as well and also offered help. President Truman, who was being blamed by his political opponents for having lost China and having failed to contain communism, approved a $23 million aid program for the French in Vietnam. The United States was no longer neutral.
We were caught on the horns of a dilemma of how can we maintain our friendship and our alliance with the French and support them in Indochina while we as a former colony ourselves sympathize with the Vietnamese and their aspirations for freedom and independence.
A highly trained and well-equipped North Korean army swarmed across the 38th parallel to attack unprepared South Korean defenders.
In June of 1950, China's ally, Communist North Korea, invaded South Korea. President Truman ordered tens of thousands of American ground troops onto the Korean peninsula. The United States and its allies eventually pushed the invaders back north. Meanwhile, in southern China, Mao's military was beginning to turn the Viet Minh into a modern fighting force, capable of inflicting a heavy toll on the French occupiers. In July, the Truman administration quietly dispatched transport planes and a shipload of jeeps to Vietnam. 35 military advisors went along to oversee their use. None of them, and no one in the American embassy, spoke a word of Vietnamese. But the United States was now officially in Vietnam.
They are literally doing the same thing the French did, though. The French didn't speak any Vietnamese, and they just set up shop and started running things. Now, Americans, we don't need to learn this language. We're just going to set up shop and feel like we're going to start running things. So when the gentleman earlier mentioned that, you know, America, we understand we were a colony once. No. That wasn't the primary opinion of what was going on. The primary opinion was, let's get this country back under the control of this white nation, which is France. And let's do this as quickly as possible. Is pretty much what was going on. And in fairness, President Truman was getting a lot of unnecessary pressure regarding the lackluster success in China, the further spread of communism. You had people really scared of Stalin. So a lot of these reactionary policies influence what will become the Vietnam conflict. So yeah, they weren't really looking at this country as a colony that was trying to get its independence. They viewed it as a brown nation that was controlled by a white nation, and they wanted that white nation to retain that power. And that's the reality of Vietnam.
In October of 1950, hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops began pouring into North Korea, driving the Allies back down the peninsula. As that fighting raged, Truman continued to increase military aid for the French war in Vietnam.
If aggression is successful in Korea, we can expect it to spread throughout Asia and Europe and to this hemisphere. We are fighting in Korea for our own national security and survival.
In the autumn of 1951, a young Massachusetts congressman named John F. Kennedy dined at the rooftop bar of the Hotel Majestic overlooking Saigon. As he and his party ate, they could hear the thunder of guns across the Saigon River. French commanders assured Kennedy that with more American support, French rule would be reestablished. But Kennedy spent 2 hours with Seymour Topping, a seasoned American reporter who gave him a very different perspective. The French were losing, he said, and many Vietnamese who had once admired the Americans were beginning to despise them for backing the French. Kennedy believed the reporter. Unless the United States could persuade the Vietnamese that it was as opposed to injustice and inequality as it was to communism, he told his constituents when he got home, the current effort would result in foredoomed failure.
Come on to my house, I'm gonna give you candy.
In 1952, General Dwight Eisenhower was elected president, in part because he promised to take a tougher stance on communism. That year, American taxpayers were footing more than 30% of the bill for the French war in Vietnam. Within 2 years, that number would rise to nearly 80%.
And many of you ask this question. Why is the United States spending hundreds of millions of dollars supporting the forces of the French Union in the fight against communism in Indochina? I think perhaps if we go over to the map here, I can indicate to you why it is so vitally important. Here is Indochina. If Indochina falls, Thailand is put in almost impossible position.
By the way, the name Indochina, it's really like, they really didn't want to give him a real name. It was like, well, it's between India and China, so we're just going to call this place Indochina. It also just goes to show you they were not interested in trying to learn about the cultures or the history of any of those places. They're just going to give it a name.
The same is true of Malaya with its rubber and tin. Now, may I say that as far as the war in Indochina is concerned, that I was there, right on the battlefield, or close to it, and it's a bloody war, and it's a bitter one.
By 1953, the French had been fighting for 7 years. They had suffered over 100,000 casualties and failed to pacify the countryside. 6 commanders had come and gone. Nevertheless, the 7th commander, General Henri Navarre, assured his countrymen that victory was near. Now we can see it clearly, he said, like the light at the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, large parts of the French population were horrified by reports of French brutality and the widespread use of napalm, gelatinized petroleum that burned foliage, homes, and human flesh. When returning French troops disembarked at Marseille, members of the Longshoremen's Union pelted them with rocks. Parisian leftists began to call the conflict La Sale Guerre, the dirty war.
The camera was a close-up
was over the shoulder of this stormtrooper who had a kid by the cuff of his shirt, and he smacks him. At that moment in time, I realized that anybody who really cared for America was sent halfway around the world chasing some ghost in the jungle. In the meantime, my country's being torn apart. So I saw somebody who looked like my dad hitting somebody who looked like me. Whose side would I be on?
In Korea, 3 years of combat end as United Nations and communist negotiators at Panmunjom sign a truce.
In July of 1953, the Korean War ended in a negotiated settlement and a still divided peninsula. American policymakers saw it as proof that communism in Asia could be contained.
And in Washington, a dramatic evening.
But it wasn't. That was a stalemate. And we're still dealing with that stalemate. So they basically were, congratulating themselves for doing nothing. So that's a good indication of how bad Vietnam's going to go. Because if you're going to celebrate yourself for doing nothing, if anything, all you did was create a bigger divide between two, not even different ethnicities. You're basically dividing up the same ethnicity who are on the same peninsula for your own political reasons. If you cause more division, how is that a win? So if they consider that a win, what do you think Vietnam's going to be?
That fall, the French indicated their willingness to begin talks to end the fighting in Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh agreed to meet. But before the negotiators were to convene in Geneva, each side sought to improve its position on the battlefield. General Navarre set up a fortified base in a remote valley in northwestern Vietnam called Dien Bien Phu, where he hoped to lure the Viet Minh into a decisive battle. Navarre was certain that superior French firepower and air support would crush any attack by the Viet Minh. He and his commanders saw no need to worry about the jungle-covered hills that overlooked his 11,000 men dug in on the valley floor. The artillery commander was so confident of victory, he complained, "I have more guns than I need." General Giap saw his chance. "We decided to wipe out at all costs the whole enemy force at Dien Bien Phu," he remembered. To do it, he pulled off one of the greatest logistical feats in military history, a feat that would be restaged in propaganda films and celebrated for decades. 250,000 civilian porters, nearly half of them women, moved everything he needed for a siege, from sacks of rice to disassembled artillery pieces, on foot through the jungle. Giap surrounded the valley with 50,000 soldiers and 200 big guns, dug in and camouflaged so well they could not be spotted from the air. On March 13, 1954, Viet Minh artillery on the hillsides began raining down 50 shells a minute on the French troops huddled below. The airstrip was destroyed. The besieged troops could only be reinforced and resupplied by airdrop. The French artillery commander, who had underestimated his enemy, committed suicide.
So this dude had the audacity to say, we have too many guns. We have too many guns. We don't have to fight these people. And what does he do? As soon as he realized that these guerrilla fighters are very well prepared, they just blew up the airstrip. You're not landing shit over here, and they're just firing down, because you have to understand this is kind of like a pit, pretty much. These French soldiers are in a pit and there's guns over them and they're being shot down on. Basically, it's a massacre. And what does the commander do? The way that he commits suicide is very dramatic in French. How do you think he did it? Do you believe this nigga took grenades and blew himself up? I'm like, when I read that, I was like, wow, you led these men to their death, and you didn't even have the balls to stay the entire time. Then you want to blow yourself up with some damn grenades, like just a drama queen. It's just total L for the French, as usual.
The airlift of Dien Bien Phu continues. Vital men and supplies for the heroic garrison that has defied the massed Viet Minh onslaughts for over 6 weeks. Today, Dien Bien Phu is a human dam trying to stem the red tide that threatens to engulf Southeast Asia.
The French government begged President Eisenhower to intervene. He refused to act without congressional approval and support from European allies. Britain said no, and the Congress would not support unilateral action.
The communists under Ho Chi Minh are able to claim that they are fighting for independence, and the French appear to be fighting for a maintenance of colonial rule. I therefore believe that before the United States moves in any degree, that independence must be granted to the people, that the people must support the struggle.
I am convinced, Eisenhower confided to his diary, that no military victory is possible in this theater. Still, without consulting Congress, the president had secretly sent more American transport planes, their markings painted over and flown by civilian contractors to help resupply the desperate French troops at Dien Bien Phu.
Everyone understood that in and of itself, Vietnam didn't mean very much. But they believed, I believed, if we lost it, that the rest of Asia would tumble to communism.
You have brought.
You got to also understand this is really a conspiracy theory. They've created this communism conspiracy theory in the 1950s. And they use that conspiracy theory to engage in these proxy wars over in Asia. And because of these proxy wars over in Asia, a lot of these other Asiatic countries that are closer to the Middle East, they took a good look at America. And America couldn't pretend like it was, you know, this shining beacon of liberty and freedom. Even if we ignore the whole history of, you know, the genocide of Native people and slavery. Even if we ignored that part and we just focused on everything after the Civil War. You can't pretend like America is this great place if we are literally fueling all of these proxy wars and millions of people are dying behind it. So by the time the 70s and the 80s roll around, when these countries like Afghanistan is pushing against the USSR, it's no surprise that they eventually turn on America because they know how America is. They were old enough to watch the Vietnam War. They lived close enough to know how America infected these areas and kind of caused all these problems within their government. When I'm saying America, I don't mean the American people. I'm talking about our politicians. And we're seeing these same faces. You know, we're seeing Nixon. He ain't even president yet. We're seeing JFK. He ain't even president yet. But they're already involved in this Vietnam conflict. So it's no surprise that these men will ultimately ascend to not only the presidency. It's hard to say what JFK would have done. But we already know what Nixon did. So I'm going to play this a little bit longer. Oh. You know, just on the strength that it has a lot of violence and it's a rather intense video, I'm probably just going to put it on private. And I may do that pretty often with my documentaries, especially when there's a good chance that there's going to be some copyright striking or just being blocked or anything like that. Because even if that doesn't affect your channel, I do believe it influences some of the shadow banning. So even though they say, oh, this doesn't affect your channel, the fact that anything derogatory happened to your channel does affect its visibility. And I did spend a lot of time trying to just get out of a certain algorithm, trying to escape the visibility of certain sectors, because I'm really trying to rebrand what my channel is going to be about. And I'm not kissing the YouTube gods' asses, but at the same time, I'm not trying to get too much attention if I don't necessarily need it. I would prefer, you know, the people who come to my channel to just, you know, if I got a stream up, we're watching a good documentary, we can enjoy it together, and then it'll go on private. And hey, if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, you didn't. I may put it on list, you know, just in case people want to see it all over again. I'm looking for a more intimate YouTube community, and I'm not really trying to create these big, crazy spheres and sectors, because it just gets really messy. I'd rather have, you know, a dedicated small bunch of people who like the content, as opposed to all these randos showing up trying to troll and create chaos. So, but I'm probably gonna let this go for another 10 minutes. Mind you, this is a 10-hour documentary. I purchased the, you know, Blu-ray because I felt like it was a good buy. I think it's a great documentary and definitely worth it. I think it was only like $60. You can also stream it on YouTube. That's also the option. You can definitely stream it on YouTube. But I think it costs money to stream it, and you want to get to stream it for like a week or something. But let's get back into it.
Other considerations that might follow what you would call the falling domino principle. You have a row of dominoes set up, and you knock over the first one, and what will happen to the last one is that certainly it'll go over very quickly.
On the afternoon of May 7th, 1954, after 55 days of siege, the exhausted French forces at Dien Bien Phu surrendered. They had lost 8,000 men, killed, wounded, or missing. General Giap had lost 3 times as many, but he had won a great victory.
Giải phóng nửa đất nước bởi một cuộc chiến tranh Điện Biên Phủ, tiêu diệt một tập đoàn của thực dân Pháp, đem một lòng tin vô hạn đối với nhân dân và đội chúng tôi, tin rằng thắng, nhất định thắng.
Even Zhuang Van Mai's parents could not help but be impressed.
They were very proud that Vietnam had defeated the French, this great Western power. Admiration and respect on the one hand, but fear on the other hand, and fear was a stronger emotion.
And I think I'm going to honestly leave it here and use that as kind of like the capstone. So if you think about it, you had the people in the North who were communist aligned. You had the people in the South who were more French or Western world aligned. Even though they were aligned with the French, not all of them loved the French. They just worked within the system. And they were able to expel the French. So like, let me give some kind of analogy, you know, like an American analogy. A good analogy would be like with a Nat Turner situation. Imagine if Nat Turner was actually very successful and he was able to expel, I guess, all the white people from the county and release all the slaves. Many of the slaves are going to be excited, especially the ones who were lower on the social system of slavery. But the house slaves would be like, oh, cool, we're free. But I don't know. These people may not really fuck with us because we had a perceived close proximity to the master or whatever. So they have this fear that these people may turn on us at some point because they really want to just have control over everything. In many ways, that was true. Earlier on, they were killing a lot of people who were aligned with the French. So it's it's to be expected that this is going to continue, especially this early on in the Vietnam conflict. I definitely encourage you guys to watch all 10 and a half hours of this. The last episode, in my opinion, is my favorite. And I don't want to spoil any of it, because there's some very interesting things that happen after the Vietnam War that I feel is more powerful than the entire war altogether. So definitely check it out. It's Ken Burns' documentary, The Vietnam War. Also check out Ken Burns' documentary on the Civil War, which is also amazing. It's 32 years old at this point, but probably one of the most in-depth documentaries on the Civil War, and pretty even-handed, even though some people feel like it was too soft on the South. But that's a conversation for another stream. Yeah, that fear get people to act emotionally. And I'm not a person who likes to react emotionally. I like to be strategic with my actions. And yeah, I hate being in that environment where I feel like people are playing on my emotions and I have to react to it. Yeah, I can only imagine how tense it was living there. But definitely check out this documentary. Definitely putting this video on private, because people was getting shot at. People were, being blown up. And yes, you could say it's historical, but I don't even feel like dealing with YouTube and their drama. But I have other videos coming up, something that's significantly more lighthearted. It's definitely not as intense as a war. I'm actually coming at you, Lashid, for you. I'm coming at you, sorta, not really, but like something involving Oprah Winfrey, because you keep trying to protect Oprah, and there's no more protection. I found, and I'm not even a person I wasn't even around for Oprah during her big heyday. I missed most of Oprah's bullshit. Bear in mind, her content was very interesting to an 11-year-old boy. He's not going to be interested in anything going on the Oprah Winfrey Show, right? But she was playing Mammy back in the 80s too. I got a clip of her doing a low-key Mammy dance. So I'm putting that video together and I'm going to upload it for you. You be low-key low-key be protecting the Mammies. And this is why I feel that way. I feel like it's not even just Oprah per se. It's like it's easy to come for like white supremacy, like white people, because it's easy. But it's significantly harder to look within your ranks and go, okay, your ass is hella off code. People like Tommy are easy to point out. But when they become a little bit more ambiguous, maybe they're not as evil as Tommy, but they're close enough, i.e. Tariq. Tariq Nasheed, for example. It's almost like maybe because you see something in people like Tariq Nasheed that remind you of people you know. And not even just on a black tip, but just more on you could know somebody like a Tariq Nasheed. You could have went to a family reunion with a person like Tariq Nasheed. You could have went to high school with a person like Tariq Nasheed. He reminds you of something that's familiar. And he reminds me of something that's familiar too. A nigga I don't trust. That's what he reminds me of. He reminds me of a nigga that I'd watch. I'm like, wait a minute. You trying to sell me some incense or something? No, I'm good. I don't want to buy your incense, sir. No, thank you. Oh, you got some bootleg DVDs? No, I'm good. You can hold on to those. I'm just saying, there's other Mammies that I won't say you've protected, but it's like you don't want us to go too hard on the Mammies. And when I say Mammy, I use Mammy for men too. They he Mammies. I don't like using terms like, Uncle Tom. I feel like, number one, Uncle Tom was a hero. And Sambo just sounds rude. So we're going to stick with he Mammy. Oh, you want to come up? All right, wait a minute. Here we go. Where is the link? Y'all got to bear with me. I haven't streamed in eons, and I'm forgetting where everything is. I mean, it's the truth though. You be protecting them mammies, like even like I would say even in the earlier parts of the Golden Sphere War, you wanted to protect even some of the golden mammies over there. Like the focus was more on Jennifer Chapman, which made sense at the time. But it's like, man, I ain't protecting no mammy. I don't care who you are. Mammy can get it. Mammy definitely can get it. Especially when they know they being a mammy. It's a difference when you're kind of like when there's some type of innocence to you, or you're just like maybe you're in a very vulnerable spot in life and you're reacting all, you know, emotionally. But when you are calculated, mammy, like you be ironing out your fucking handkerchief before you put it on top of your head, and like you plot out this shit. It's like, nah. I see Lashida's here. Good morning, Lashida.
Am I okay? No, you did not. Did you say what as far as saying I was protected? What you say, babies in the ghost?
Like it was a low-key protection. It was like you were trying to reach their consciousness. I'm like, these people are in a coma. There is no consciousness to reach.
I think that's what Shorty Want was thinking. I think that's what she was thinking. Because she was getting mad. She was getting seriously like, Rashid, if you don't stop trying.
Even with like one of them, you're like, oh, she has a lot of talent. I'm like, no, she don't. Trust me. If she did, she would already be somewhere. Trust me. Like I'm a person who barely is on YouTube, but if I really put some effort into it, I could probably like have a very successful channel. It's just, it takes a lot out of you. It takes a lot out of your free time. You got to deal with all these weirdos. It becomes a situation where
it's a whole different generation. I realize. Now you gotta understand. I'm of a different generation. I'm talking not only by age, but I'm also talking about social media generation. Also, yeah. So you know, we kind of, yeah. But go back to Oprah. Now. This is what it is with Oprah. Okay, this is what it is with Oprah. The reason it's not about me defending Oprah. Now, I never necessarily hated Oprah, but I didn't really, you know, she didn't. You have to understand, there are people that are hated today that they weren't hated. You know, it's like what you were I think what you were pointing out with Elvis. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I was like a teenager and listening to Public Enemy and all that, we were made to, you know, see Elvis as a racist. I understand. I'm not trying to defend Elvis. I'm just saying. But like a lot of those of our parents' generation and older, there were a lot of black folks actually that kind of dug Elvis. You know what I'm saying? You know, they knew the deal. You know, they know what was up with, you know, him getting most shine than black artists. You know, black folks knew what to expect it, but they didn't necessarily see Elvis as a racist, and you know what I'm saying, as it was when I was a teenager. And I remember when Public Enemy, you know, when they said fuck him and John, you understand what I'm saying? And so what I'm saying is, okay, like this is what bothers me in YouTube. This is why I talk so much, and I have to point this out with Oprah Winfrey, because yeah, it's see, you have to understand, I've been in YouTube since 2008. I've been in social media since 2001. They have been using that Oprah Winfrey excuse. I've been listening to this for years. They've been using the Oprah Winfrey show as a primary excuse for bashing black women. This is all that. It's not about me defending Oprah, but it's about me defending what came from her show, what the claims that are being made. They claim that Oprah Winfrey had this show for years bashing black men. And now understand, let's say you're an older person and you were there and you witnessed and you know that this is not the truth. You understand what I'm saying? But they're feeding this to younger black men, and then they're running with this. And then it's like when you know that that's not the truth. It's just like how I felt recently with this idea of Tina Turner songs not being played on none of her songs on the black radio stations. And I'm like, no, that's not true. Despite my feelings about Tina Turner, that's not true. And I see that people are taking things and they're running with it, and they're creating they're rewriting history. And it doesn't even have to be, and I hate when people do that. That is something that I abhor. despite my feelings about Oprah or whoever, don't, you know what I'm saying?
Is it safe to say, wait a minute, is it safe to say that focusing just on the 1980s, we're not even going to get into the 1990s, just her career in the 1980s, is it safe to say that you did not see every episode of the Oprah Winfrey Show? Is it safe to say that?
Of course we can say that, but I did see most, because my mom, it was like after the soap operas went off, and that's the thing too, my mom didn't really like Oprah either, but you didn't have that many channels back then, and of course I was like a preteen and stuff when Oprah Winfrey Show first started. Understand, I'm from Chicago. I remember when the show was called AM Chicago. I remember before the show even went national, okay? Because like I said, now initially we were proud of her, because she was a black woman. You didn't have no black woman with a mic like that, that much power, your own talk show. And it's now they changed the name from AM Chicago. She was the host of AM Chicago, and they changed it to the Oprah Winfrey Show. So that was like, damn, that was a big deal. And her being from Chicago, it's kind of like how we felt from Chicago, being that Obama was our senator. He was our senator of Illinois. So we had already knew of Obama. So of course we were proud when he went into the, because he from Hyde Park, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so, but the thing is that bothered me with Oprah is that, see, this is the point that I was making. I'm like, when I was younger, it was like, she didn't have black people on her show. That's what bothered me. Okay, because me, I'm automatically thinking, if you're a black host, okay, it's going to be on black things. Because, we were so used to, only time you saw black people is if it had to do with black things, like Soul Trade and, you know what I'm saying? It had to be a quote unquote black movie dealing with black related subjects. So, of course I was younger, so I wasn't used to a black person on a show where everything is regarding white people and their problems and all that. Now I'm glad, now that I look back, I'm glad that she didn't have it. But I'm telling you, this claim that Oprah Winfrey had all of these shows with black men bashing black men, trust me, as a female who had a mother, trust me, it is lies. These guys are lying and exaggerating about that. They are very much lying.
All right. I would agree that all of the shows were not circuits, that all of the shows were not, circled around black men and oppressing
Most
black
of them were not at all. It was very,
but when the opportunity presented itself, she took advantage of said opportunity when it presented itself.
Notice they can't really you can find archives and stuff. And you got to understand, just because you had, the black people were token, how like with Just Pearly Things? Well, actually, she was a little more, Just Pearly Things, a little more balanced than Oprah. The black people that would be on her shows, like when she would be talking about cheating spouses and all of that, a lot of times they were like the tokens. You actually saw more of that on the Ricky Lakes and Jerry Springers. They gave you more of a, it's when they came along. Oprah would usually, her guests, yeah, she was a mammy in a sense for white women. Her guests were usually white women. Oprah's show made white men look bad. Oprah's show actually was worse kind of for the white Christian family. For one, she later introduced all the new age idealisms and stuff. They saw Oprah as, and she probably changed up with a lot of them shows on the cheating spouses and stuff also, because white men may have been coming at her. Who knows? Especially after she made the little comment on the beef industry and, the white men start coming at her, And yeah, but she, seriously, I'm gonna tell you, black men didn't have no problem with Oprah back then. The problem they had with Oprah is when she lost all that damn weight. Did you? I'm older. I'm telling you, they lying to people up in here. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Oprah
Here's the thing. What's annoying me right now is I literally have a receipt, right? And my computer is giving me the fucking blues. I'm like, it won't convert it to the right, extension. I'm like, I literally have a receipt before me and I can't use it.
What's the show about?
Well, see, that's the whole thing. I feel like the clip really speaks for itself.
Is it from the 80s and 90s or the 2000s?
I want to say it was probably either the very, maybe it was the early 90s. Based off of the hair, I want to say it was probably like 92, 93-ish, based off of the aesthetics. But here's the thing when it comes down to like black people undermining black people, especially when they're talking to white people about racism. So if a black person is talking about racism and the white person is basically either listening or giving their own feedback, right? They're having a they're having a discourse, and then you have Manny in the background, basically like, well, I don't think she was trying to undermine your argument at all. I'm like, we get it. You got to pick the lights out of Mass's head and go do your thing. But it's like it's upsetting me because I'm confident, especially in the age of social media, where we can go back to the archives and we can get all these clips and we can really show what really went on. So it wasn't all the time.
And you know that's what I do.
Well, she couldn't use black men as topics of discussion all the time if she wanted to really cross over to a white audience. You can't talk about black men all the time. It would be a black show then.
Right, exactly. You have to understand. Yeah, that's the thing. The black, she would have shows when she first started, when Oprah Winfrey show first started, it came from AM Chicago. She was the host of AM Chicago and stuff. And when it first started, she was like, it was like what you would see kind of like on The View or what's that one chick, Martha Stewart. It was kind of that stuff. Or she'd be interviewing a celebrity that came to Chicago or, sharing a cooking recipe, something like that. And then she started going, like it was more on the Sally Jesse Raphael. And then there was, around the late 80s, early 90s, everything. Because I remember, because I used to get frustrated. I mean, we did watch this kind of like or it was on after the General Hospital went off and all that. And my mom had it on. And I used to get frustrated because there was so much going on at the time in the late 80s. And it was like Donahue was talking about these things, like the racial strife. There was this racial tension that was brewing in the late 80s now. Before it was like this idea of different strokes and We Are the World and Ebony and Ivory. And now all of a sudden there is like this racial tension that started brewing more. You start seeing it more in the late 80s. And it seemed like Donahue was talking about it. But Oprah, she was just talking about cheating spouses. All of a sudden, it was like, and I, me being a teenager at the time, and I'm just kind of, I'm not in relationships that much. It was like, damn, is this all she talked about? There was a certain point where all the hell she was talking about was cheating spouses. But the majority of her guests, they were usually white people. And the thing is, this is what was interesting with Oprah. Even though white America loves her, in a way, it was like she was actually more detrimental to the white family, because you got to understand, in the 80s, under the Reagan administration, and the 80s started off with the royal wedding and promoting the wedding of Luke and Laura on General Hospital, even though there were all these divorces. But they wanted to, because Make America Great Again, that goes back to Reagan. He was the one trying to promote Make America Great Again and all of that. And so they wanted to give you, coming out of the decade of decadence with the 70s and the turbulent 60s and all that, they wanted to give you this image of white America and the family. So it was like a promotion of marriages, even though it just a whole bunch of divorces and stuff in the 80s. Yeah, so they were really trying to give this conservative view. And it was like Oprah, see, she, unlike Jerry Springer's and stuff, she didn't have like white trash on her show, and she screened her audience. She would have soccer moms, middle-aged, and even elite, celebrities. And it was like she was exposing dysfunction in what appeared to be functional white families. Of course, they didn't make it a racial thing. They didn't talk about race, necessarily. But she was like exposing, so it'd be, oh, my dad is sleeping with me, or my husband's cheating with my daughter. It was just, and I told people, around that time in the late 80s, white men were looking kind of bad. You had movies like Fatal Attraction, you had these scandals, Gary Hart, these preachers. It was like kind of like, can I say, a bad time for white men? But white men were kind of, the late 80s, early 90s, white men were kind of looking like, with Donald Trump and him cheating on his wife, Ivana, he was like making all the tabloids. Even the royal wedding marriage started kind of falling apart. It was all these scandals and stuff. So actually during that time, white men were kind of looking bad, sleeping with the enemy.
Well, let's be honest. This is America. There has never been a bad time for white men. But let's get into this clip.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying with the media. But you have to understand who really controls the media. Is it really white men? But I'm not going to go there. Because then you'll think I'm trying to sound like these white, but when you really understand who controls the media, and Oprah, she was giving these white women a platform to talk about, you know, and yeah, there would be black as a token here and there would be black, but eventually she couldn't ignore talking about racism eventually as we were going into the 90s, because you got the LA riots and, you know what I'm saying, Rodney King beating. So when she did address racism, it was like she would go
on the surface level.
Yeah, right, exactly. She kept it safe.
But
you know,
let's get into this clip. So when was this? Was this like the early 90s? Because that's what I was
looking at the hair. Yeah, that looks early 90s.
Okay, let's get into this. Is it still showing up?
Yeah, I see it.
Can you hear everything?
No, make sure that you share with your okay. That's something you downloaded. I would go to, in sharing it, I would go to Windows and make sure you click that. I don't think Chrome tab. I think go to Windows and then click that. Make sure that it's up though. Make sure that it's maximized, and then go back to, you know, and go to Windows and
share Windows.
Yeah, and it should show you that video if you have it maximized. Like,
what about now?
Okay, now push play. Let's see. Damn. Still can't hear it.
Still can't hear it. Let's try a different approach.
Maybe Chrome tab. But it should be now Chrome tab, that's huge.
Oh, I got another idea.
Okay.
Damn. The browser wouldn't allow me to share it as a file. All right, let's try another way. See, I don't give up. I'm not big on the giving up.
Yeah, I think they get confused with Oprah. I think they think The Color Purple and The Women of Brewster Place. I think that's why they, get it confused with Oprah. Because you did.
What about now?
I think I might hear it. Wait.
Do you see it?
I see it, definitely.
All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get some audio going.
Next gentleman with the hair.
Okay, I hear it.
Perfect. All right, let's get into this.
To me, the way he's dressed, I would grab my purse and probably move to another seat. It's because of his looks. It's scary.
That's because of.
All right, let's just start with the first. That's not even a microaggression. We'll just start with the fact that was a macroaggression. Basically, he looks scary because he has dark skin. He has Africanized hair. He's some type of a black style hair that's associated with people who are from the African diaspora. And that's it, because he speaks like Sidney Poitier. So it's not an issue of, is he an intelligent man? He's clearly very much an intelligent man. He clearly wouldn't be wearing some type of hoodie or anything like that. But just the way he is right now, she sees fear. So I'm going to just go ahead and say this broad is racist.
Yeah, actually, this was from what I recall, because I do recall seeing this show. This was actually a better, one of Oprah's better shows, actually, I think. Where she was trying, because eventually going into the 90s, she couldn't ignore what the hell was going on, because in the late 80s, this racial tension, you know what I'm saying? Well, at least it started becoming public. I knew that racism never went away, because when my family moved to the suburbs, I experienced it in the mid 80s. So I knew I wasn't fooled, but it started, more. So actually, that was one of the better shows that we had.
To figure it out. What does the word scary mean?
Is the audio working?
Yeah. If you could, can you start it over, or
let's go a little bit further back.
Okay. Yeah, because these guys actually were very well. See, I like the fact that she had. Oh, I'm sorry.
Because it's out of her culture.
Well, that's interesting. Clarify, madam, what you're saying. What does the word scary mean?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, now would be a very good time to figure it out. What does the word scary mean? That is my question.
Well, you would frighten me.
I understand that.
General.
What does the word scary mean? Or, same question, why would I frighten you? I haven't been in a fight since I was in eighth grade.
Well, you're probably not normally dressed up in a suit. You just look like you're a tough guy.
If she went to Jamaica, she'd be fighting all the time. Well, madam, let me then answer the question.
So what is it? Is it because of the
He referred to her as madam.
the way he's dressed, the color of his skin, or his hair? Is it his hair?
Yes, yes. And I'm sure he's not always dressed in a suit. You know,
So does that mean you're frightened of all men who are not dressed in suits?
No, no.
Okay.
It's just the garb, I think, that would scare me.
Well, you know, this is interesting, madam. Let me then advance this point. I speak of the old racism, which was Dr. Martin Luther King. I didn't speak of the new racism. One of the things you have to understand about racists or about yourself, racists are inherently intellectual.
Pause. I love how he just like straight up called her racist to her face.
Right.
Kept it moving. I love that. It just kept it moving. That was massive.
This was actually one of Oprah's better shows, in my opinion.
Let's see that again. Rewind.
I think that would scare me.
Well, you know, this is interesting, madam. Let me then advance this point. I speak of the old racism, which was Dr. Martin Luther King. I didn't speak of the new racism. One of the things you have to understand about racists or about yourself is racists are inherently intellectual cowards. They won't come out and say, I hate niggers because I hate niggers. Story over. What they will do is take pseudo facts. They will take facts that are not true and use that as the intellectual pyramid to come to a conclusion that is inaccurate. If you actually want to talk about the statistics, if you are afraid of me on that bus, I don't ride on buses, because you think I'm going to murder you, there is no statistical basis for that. You are more likely to be murdered by your husband, by your son, by your brother. If you are afraid of me sitting next to you on that bus that I don't ride on, because you are afraid that I'm going to rape you, statistically, your boyfriend, your husband is more probably going to be the rapist. So I'm saying you are the manifestation of the new racism, and you have used the same pseudo-intellectual statistics to construct a racist position.
Thank you, caller. I'm sure you didn't know you did all that with one phone call.
See, that's that low key little dance. Like, now, Massa, I know you ain't think that you was gonna do all that. I'm like, I saw
actually,
that.
I didn't know. I'm glad. No, I think she handled. I'm glad you showed that. I think she handled that well. This is something that I noticed. Like Oprah would kind of, it's like, I know what she was thinking, like kind of she would let them set themselves up and allow them to look foolish. You know, now one thing I didn't like about Oprah, she would cut people off a lot. And it's kind of like what Paul Mooney say, how she'd always, you know, when people are, but I realized I kind of got to become a little more like Oprah, because I'm one of those people. I'm just, you know, I don't really have a structure like that. But yeah, I think, see, she knew how to, with the OJ verdict, she knew not to show any emotion. See, what disappointed me with Oprah, now when she was in that damn interview with Barbara Walters talking about how she wanted to be white. Now that was the shit that ended up, that first really turned me off with Oprah. But see, what was good about that episode, she got black men up there on stage who were articulate, who were able to speak for themselves. And you understand what I'm saying? Now, she didn't go like how Donnie Hughes and all of them, they would have people who were, it would have been nice to see like Khalid Muhammad, people like that. You know what I'm saying? But no, she would not touch that. That was the thing. Oprah wasn't no fool. She knew not to touch that. You know, like,
I mean, I'm kind of glad that they didn't. Well, I guess it would have been nice to have like a person who was a little bit more on the militant side, but I feel like it's more powerful when you have a person who is, I would argue, probably a higher intelligent level than the racist person that's calling in, and probably at a higher social standing. Because I like to be pointing out the fact that, first of all, a bus, I'm not even going to be on the bus. You're not going to catch me on the bus with you. You may be on that bus, but I'm not going to be there. So in a way, it's like I'm undermining your ideas of racism in class just by the way that I'm structuring this argument. Because in this woman's mind, she's basically saying, well, he's usually not wearing suits. Well, you know, that's a dog whistle right there. You don't know what he's wearing. Chances are he's not dressed very urbanized. I'd be hard pressed to find some Air Force Ones in his closet, assuming this man is still alive. Hopefully he is. But, you know, with that being said, it's like I feel as though when people overlook these kind of things, I don't expect Oprah to admonish the woman, but I felt like by her saying, well, you probably didn't know you did all of that with that one call. No, she knew what she was doing when she was calling it. And she knew that she was calling into a safe space where she could say some shit like, oh, well, you look scary. I mean, even back in the 90s, we knew that was a taboo thing to say.
Well, basically, Oprah knew how to play the game to keep her white audience. See, the caller made a fool of herself. You understand what I'm saying? Dude was able to respond, straight checking her all around on her ignorance. And she ended up, so basically the answer, his response was so satisfying. You understand what I'm saying? And she probably didn't expect that. That caller probably didn't expect that. Oprah knows how to play the game. It's like, kind of like how Tommy knows his white audience. You know, see, this is one thing like with Tommy Sotomayor. He's very, very, I'm going to say this much. He knows his audience. Tommy knows what tickles their ears. He knows how to keep their, you understand what I'm saying? Tommy knows his audience. You know what I'm saying? Even though, and I hate the idea of giving him any props, but he knows that his audience, he knows their insecurities. You know how to tickle their ears. He knows how to keep them supporting him. He knows even how to insult them and keep them supporting him. You know what I'm saying? And Oprah, Oprah's a savvy woman. She is a savvy. See, the thing is that lost me, but with Oprah, I could have overlooked a lot. But the thing that really lost me, you know, of course, with her going at Michael Jackson, I noticed in the 2000s, but usually like when she would have black men on her show, they would actually it would not be any Jerry Springer type of shit. You know, actually the black men would be, for the most part, yeah, of course there was a token here and there. She talked on cheating spouses, but usually the black men on her show, you know, they would look good. You know what I'm saying? Like Sidney Poitier, who she'd interview, or you know, she was able to get Michael Jackson to open up when Michael Jackson wasn't really doing interviews with anybody unless he was talking about a music video, but he was never like talking about
and even that interview was shady. That was a really shady interview. I peeped up. You're like, are you a virgin? This is a 32-year-old man. Even if he was, which, you know, I don't think he really was, but like, who asked that type of question? And why do you feel like that's relevant? And why are you framing it in that way? If you were sitting across from, you know, Bruce Springsteen, would you have asked such a fucking ludicrous question like that? And it's like she understood the kind of audience he had at that point. Because in fairness, Michael, when pop stars cross that 30-year-old mark, they start to become the old heads, and it's harder to relate to the younger audiences. And I know you don't like the song Black or White by Michael Jackson, but it was designed that way for a reason. Number one, it was designed to appeal to everybody. It was also designed to appeal to a younger audience. That's why you have Macaulay Culkin in the video and a little sequence with the kids and shit. It was designed to get the Nickelodeon generation. It was designed for that specific reason. So I get it. It's not people's favorite song, but it was meant to do what it was meant to do. So if you have this older artist who's trying to still relate to younger audiences, but somehow you turn it into, are you a virgin? Is there some type of weird thing going on with the kids?
Honestly, okay, we kind of back then, we really appreciated Oprah for that interview because deep down, even though, it's disrespectful, but deep down, these were the things we wanted to know. Because Michael Jackson was still very much a mystery. I mean, who he was, his sexuality, things like that. It was still so deep down, you know, for her to feel as comfortable, she was able to get as comfortable to even ask him that question. You know what I'm saying? So it was like people feeling as if they could talk. So eventually she even got Prince, who was my favorite. She was even able to get Prince to open up and stuff. The problem that we had with Oprah Winfrey back then, all the whining that you hearing today, you weren't hearing that back then. The problem that we had with Oprah Winfrey back then is that we felt she was not relatable to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people weren't necessarily accusing her of, it wasn't so much on the gender thing, but we just felt, it seemed as if the only Black people Oprah cared about was her rich friends. You know what I'm saying? That was the problem. See, you gotta understand, a lot of these narratives is more of a 2000 thing. I'm telling you, things that they weren't, you know what I'm saying? It's just like how, I joke about how a minute ago y'all was thinking it's the first of the month, wake up. Now all of a sudden, you've got all these black male Republicans, and you know what I'm saying? And you got to understand, they've been changed. I'm listening to people seriously change history. This is one thing I abhor that I'm noticing. And then there's like this like with the conversation of ancient Egypt and all that, selective ignorance now. And I'm seeing that people want to go along with narratives, even if you show them and prove to them over and over that this is false. It's just like this idea of Black women being feminists. Oh, we hooked up with the feminists in the 19th, and I'm like, hold up. As to
a lot of the people who are these historians, like, here's the thing. I understand that you don't necessarily have to go to college and get a degree to be some type of to be intelligent. You can be intelligent and be self-taught, but a historian is a real profession, just like a nurse is a real profession. You got to get a PhD to be a damn historian. Otherwise, you're just a person collecting information and you're using your own metrics, your own system to determine if this information is relevant or not. So a lot of these people in these spaces aren't even qualified to talk about the things that they're talking about. And they're clearly not looking at research with a critical eye of a person who understands what's considered, firsthand information, what's considered, hearsay. They're just basically putting things together that they heard on YouTube, or maybe they read, that's how they put their arguments together. It's like, you have to do a lot more research.
And that's what irks this shit. That's what irks the hell out of me. Excuse me for cursing. Is okay. Right. Yeah, and so what, like when I came to YouTube doing my videos, like the ones, let's say I did in defense of Black women, which I saw as being in defense of Black people. I just had the mind, okay, wait, this is wrong. They're not right about this. I remember when this happened. They're not telling the truth. And so I just felt, okay, if I show y'all, and then you say, oh, okay, well, I was wrong about this, or I was lied to, and we come together. That's what I was hoping. You know what I'm saying? It just made me mad that certain people like Synergy, and they take my talking points, like when I talked about the Moynihan report and different things over time, but they used it for bashing Black men. And that was never, you understand what I'm saying? That was never my intention. But I'm just getting so tired of, these people who have learned from TikToks. And I'm going to tell you, I've been to college. I went to college in the 90s and I went to college in the 2000s. Okay. I was a college dropout in the 90s, went back in the 2000s. And I'm going to tell you, I still learned more from outside of school, college than I learned, because I just had a mother who was always, putting information in my head, like I've shared with y'all many times, always had books. She's always reading, always, I used to feel it was just too much when I was a kid, she wanted us to be kids. And that's the one thing I loved about my mother. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? But it gave me, it always made me want to read, and just especially in regards to society, people, history. And so I'm just noticing how they're coming up with they're concocting these, like I was saying with the feminists claiming that Black women, what happened, the downfall of the family, Black women left Black men and hooked up with white women. And I'm like, there has never been any real successful coalition with Black women and white women like that. They, you know what I'm saying? These fight, you can find some examples of, like, they'll use Dorothy Pittman. They love that picture, Dorothy Pittman Hughes. And I've used it also with Gloria Steinem. I'm like, y'all don't even really know about Dorothy. They don't know a damn thing about Dorothy Pittman Hughes. In that case, then you'll believe that Ida B. Wells was down with Susan B. Anthony and stuff, because they do refer to her as a suffragist. Like I've shown people pictures of Dick Gregory marching with Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem. But you know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's like the ignorance, and it's selective ignorance. They choose, even if you show them and you try to. So so all I'm saying, it's not about me. Hell no. It's Oprah Winfrey. She really lost my respect, especially after going at Michael Jackson, and you know what I'm saying. I can overlook her asking questioning him on being a virgin. All I can overlook that. You know what I'm saying? I can overlook all of her bouginess and boldness. I can overlook that. Okay. I never saw her. Now Wendy Williams, I can't stand that damn woman. I hate that woman. But I never saw her like. However, the 2000s Oprah. See, like for instance, when she started, because I see that there's a whole new narrative and propaganda for the 2000s. Now, if we're talking about Oprah of the 2000s, but I think a lot of black men get it twisted. They assume this because what they're thinking of is Miss Sophia, The Color Purple, and they're thinking of the Women of Brewster Plays. And Oprah Winfrey, one thing I noticed about her, she'll co-sign anything that has to do with dysfunction. Family dysfunction, and especially if it's black family dysfunction, especially in more recent years. But she's anything that's about women being abused, anything that, and that's why I did a stream also. Oprah eats dysfunction for breakfast, black dysfunction for breakfast. But this her in the past, for 30 years. Oh no, that's not true. And she, in fact,
I do have a stream coming up real soon about just black trauma cinema. Because in my opinion, there are different levels to the, well, not really different levels, but different categories. So you have the family trauma, films like Your Preciouses, you have, and you can even throw those romantic partner, because that's still like your husband is still technically your family. So you can even put movies like What's Love Got to Do with it in there, even though this is a biopic, but a lot of that relationship was fictionalized. Both Tina and Ike have said that a lot of that movie was fictionalized. Then you have these historical black trauma films. You could say movies like Amistad fall into that category, even though one would argue those movies are important to see. But I would also put movies like Harriet, definitely, because there was just so much.
I ain't even gonna see that. I listened to
But you like the Nate Parker movie though. The Nate Parker movie.
I did.
Didn't you say you were a fan of the Nate Parker, the Nat Turner movie he did? Because that movie.
No, I spoke against it actually. I kind of defended Nate Parker. I think he had good intentions, but the problem I had with that, I believe that he wanted
define good intentions.
It's like I don't want to join. It's like I don't want to give certain people the satisfaction of bashing him because I don't think he's a bad. That's what it is. But no, with the Birth of a Nation film, because this is the issue I have with. I believe that he wants what to explain Nat Turner to white people. He wants white people to see him as a human and to sympathize and perhaps even empathize with Nat Turner. Because I noticed, okay, when it got down to the scenes where you expected, the revolt, brutality, all that, okay, he showed black folks, slaves getting their teeth pulled out and, the aftermath of the black woman being raped and beaten, all that, and her face all swollen. So, of course, you sitting in the theater, it's kind of natural that you want revenge. You want to see some revenge because, you kind of living vicariously through these black slaves in the film. And, your ancestors were. Yeah. And so then he keeps it tame when it came to the violence. And he was in an interview saying, oh, I didn't want to focus on that. I didn't want to focus on that. And so I'm like, okay, all right, you didn't forgive me if it sounds like I want to see, some heads chopped. Of course.
Well, let's cover some things about the rebellion, because if we're going to talk about what the movie should have showed and what it didn't show, if we were to really show what happened in the rebellion, the Nat Turner didn't really take many lives. The only life that we know that he took was, I think her name was Margaret Whitehead, which he couldn't kill with his sword, so he bludgeoned her with like a rail post or something. But there was a lot, he didn't really get involved hands-on with a lot of the killing. And a lot of the people that died during that insurrection, I don't know if I want to call it an insurrection because it's hard to really define this as an insurrection or a rebellion. You can't call these people property and say they rebel. Your dogs can't rebel against you. So I even talk about that in the video that I'm working on. But anyway, getting back on topic. Mostly it was children and women who died. And that's what Nate Parker didn't want to show. He didn't want to show a whole school, because it was a whole school of white kids under the age of 10 being murdered by a bunch of black slaves. He didn't want to show that. Most of them. Primarily, it was women and children.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I did know that women and children. Now, of course, I don't want to see children.
They went to a school and killed a bunch of kids. It was like 10 of them.
Really? Now
the rebellion was not pretty. It was a very ugly rebellion.
Oh yeah, I know. And
the
also,
way that I conceptualize it is,
and also it led
almost
to a lot of black people also. So of course there was a reaction. You know that it was a whole bunch of black people had nothing to do with it who were killed. Now I'm not saying that I wanted to see, and I didn't expect to see children being killed and stuff. The thing, it was just the fact of his reaction when asked in the interview. And he said, well, I didn't want to focus on that. But the thing, okay, that's fine. But why did you have us see black people having their teeth and stuff pulled out? So I realized what it is with Nate Parker. He wanted white people to have sympathy for us. He wasn't thinking about the black audience. Now we are riled up because we didn't just seen, this brutality, which of course is traumatizing. So of course you're going to naturally feel riled up like I, how I felt when I saw Rosewood and I saw the mother played by Esther Rowe getting shot on the porch, and how I felt angry as hell. You know what I'm saying? So of course, naturally.
But here's the thing. We're also going to take the idea of how black people feel about the film. Let's just talk about the historical accuracy of the film.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Like the thing with showing, brutality, if you're going to cover something like the Nat Turner Rebellion, you got to cover the Nat Turner Rebellion. If you don't want to cover something that grim, you probably should stick to things that are not that grim. That's the bottom line. He showed people getting their teeth knocked out. He showed a black child being lynched in the movie. So it wasn't like a question of showing horrors. It was that he didn't want to show a lot of white horror. And
I feel
in my
that he wanted
opinion,
white people to feel sorry for black. You know what I'm saying? Another case, just like with Kanye West, George Bush doesn't love black people. Beyonce was the greatest artist all time. Always forever wanting white people to feel sorry for us and this and that. And you know what I'm saying?
But Nat Turner didn't want any of that. Nat Turner, if you listen to or read the confessions of Nat Turner, even though there's some questions as to how accurate it was, it gave me the impression that Nat Turner wanted people to know what happened and that he was not ashamed of what happened. And it was designed to do what it was meant to do. And he felt like it was the work of God, and he was doing the work of God. That was his perspective. That should have been the only perspective. It shouldn't be, well, let's tame some of the gore down of white people and let's make this whole story about rape. It wasn't necessarily about one specific atrocity of slavery. It was all of the atrocities of slavery. And also the depiction of Nat Turner by Nate Parker, first of all, shouldn't have been Nate Parker. I feel as though he was making this about himself and not about the story.
Right.
Nat Turner was a very young man. Nat Turner was let me just finish this one part. Nat Turner was a very young man. Imagine being in your 20s. And the only thing people know about you is that all you do, of course, you do your work as a slave, but you spend lots of time praying, meditating, fasting. He was 21 doing this. So religion was very important to him, and he was respected in a slave community that was not really that connected. It wasn't like they were writing each other letters and visiting each other every day, but they still knew about old Nat in that community because he was that popular. He had that much of a mystique. Nate Parker did not present any of that. He presented a very flimsy depiction of who Nat Turner was, where he was basically helping his slave master, use slaves to manipulate them through religion. And that's not what happened. And it was too many things that weren't true about that movie. And he felt okay with it. There's very little known about Nat Turner. Why lie about it?
Yeah, it was the white woman not teaching Nat Turner to read. And I'm assuming that, that's the thing. I've talked about this, that has to do perhaps with this white, this idea, white women teaching young black boys to read. But
it was actually his white slave master, his first
No, actually, because I go to older sources. That's what they're saying now. Like if you look in Britannica, they'll say that now. Actually, go to those older. Like I did a stream on NetTurn also, because there was also claims that he may have been biracial. So I said, let me debunk that. Even though I do believe he was light skinned, but
he was.
Yeah, he was light skinned. Yeah, that's why I believe that the descriptions described him as light skinned and not biracial. But yeah, also he said, I shared this in one of my streams, probably on private. He heard like in visions and his dreams and all of that, taught him letters and words and stuff. There was never, you gotta go to the oldest sources. Yeah, so the whole it's like with Nate Parker, I don't know. It's just when I listen to him in interviews and it's like I want to protect him. I do, Now Kanye, I'm done protecting him. I ain't making no more videos. I'm done with Kanye, really, because for a long time, I overlooked a lot with Kanye. And even though everybody loves that Drink Champs interview, and I'm gonna speak in code. I know not to. I could see what it is. And I made a video years ago going back to the whole Taylor Swift incident. What I realized with Kanye West is it ain't about him having any, HATE for any group. He wants their respect and love, and he wants George Bush to love Black people. He wants Kazars to love Black people. That's really what he wants. He talked about envying them, and yet you have a lot of people in the Israelite community who acknowledge, the Israelite, like myself, but a lot of them are really like praising him, and I'm like, do y'all not pick up? Don't y'all pick up? He wanted the Kardashian and family acceptance. He wanted Bruce Jenner's acceptance, and this is what really irks me.
Imagine seeking approval from those kind of people. Like Kanye West is not a poor man. He is clearly more financially well off than I believe the Kardashian clan, which is really falling apart. But that's a whole nother stream for another conversation. But here's the thing about people like Kanye West. When you have a place of position, high position, and you still choose to sleuth around with some of the most degenerate people, then you are just you're one of them. You're just as degenerate. I see Kanye West as a very talented degenerate, and we've had some talented degenerates, but that doesn't mean they're not degenerates. I mean, that's just the bottom line. But I do have to wrap the stream up.
I don't even want to say that because you gotta understand, Kanye, he was like you gotta understand, I'm Gen X, the old school hip hop purist. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So he came out, it was like during the whole bling era and crunk era and all, he was like a breath of fresh air. You know what I'm saying? With the whole college drop and all that. He's from Chicago, he's from my city. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Kanye. So
I would argue Kanye had more of an influence on millennials, even though he's of your generation.
Yeah.
His exposure really was to, young kids who were in high school who were, maybe they were over the whole shoot 'em up era. You had the bling era, but you also had this reemergence of this, 50 Cent aggressive era. Maybe you wanted something as an alternative to that sound. You wanted something that was a little bit more introspective, and you thought Kanye was. But he was introspective, but he didn't do any growth. Just because you can look within and see all your demons, but you don't change any of them, introspection is useless. You're just looking at all your flaws.
I would do videos after video because I do, I talk about the I'm gonna just call it now M Coon Ultra, but
That's petty.
But
he's not programmed. He programmed himself. He is not programmed. This is he telling you he a coon. He been saying it for the long. He said it on Gold Digger. He spelt it out. The last line, he was like, basically, look, I am going to sell out.
You know what? When I saw the Touch the Sky, and you know how I feel. I believe Black people should be with Black people and all that. But I ain't gonna lie. When I saw the Touch the Sky video, it just actually cracked me up. Because I was like, Even though there was black women getting insulted, I'm supposed to be insulted too. Don't get me wrong, but you know, I was looking at Tracy because Tracy Ellis Ross, she's so damn funny, you know.
Love her.
Yeah,
Love
so you know,
Tracy Ellis Ross.
yeah, she made me overlook that. But even with that video, he's kissing Pamela. It was like, is he trying to get poke at black people? You know, but I was like laughing it off.
But what is that saying? Think about that. You're basically turning down Tracy Ellis Ross, who comes from Diana Ross, that legacy right there, for Pamela Anderson Lee, some old broad who was blowing Tommy Lee on video. Doesn't that tell you everything with that statement right there?
And
You
then
gotta look at the context.
he was dressed as Evel Knievel. Like, it's like I want to show that I have a respect for Evel Knievel. At the time, I still was I was still kind of team Kanye. I just saw it as kind of funny whenever, you know what I'm saying? I just saw it as kind of, because Tracy Ellis Ross, with her little part, what about that? And it just had me laugh a little bit. So I laughed it off. But I'm done with Kanye. I'm done defending. I'm done, because before I would point to people, he's under mind control, this and that, and and I would make videos, and you got to understand, and the trauma of his mom.
I'm sick of these mind control arguments. I'm sick of these clone arguments. It's always it's a clone. It's a body snatcher. It's not nah. He just a coon, and he been one his whole life, and it just got worse over the years. And now he has more money, and he can kind of insulate himself and really be. Look, when you a trash panda like that, and you got money, and you can really tell people to kiss your ass, you really get out of control with it. So yes, he can create this world of just insanity. But hey, look, I'm not going to say he's not talented. Kanye West is amazingly talented.
He's trying to represent Judah, and see, that's the thing. And I'm seeing that there's a lot of Israelites, fellow, of course, what I believe with the Bible and everything, but they're using him as this primary example. And I'm like, well, how do y'all know that this isn't set up so we can see? You understand what I'm saying? It's just like I've been up in here trying to warn brothers on certain things for a while. I've been, trying to read do you not see the setup that's going on? Like, for instance, this recent with this Fresh and Fit and stuff. I'm like, don't y'all realize that these guys are being set up to represent, to really promote the idea of toxic masculinity to go against you? It's obvious that this Myron dude is an agent. Y'all see? He
had a badge and everything. He clearly an agent.
Edomite agent. Y'all don't see what's up. Like,
they playing in people's faces on a new level. It's like the level of playing in folks' face is just, I'm just like reflecting on it. I'm like, wow, like how obvious does a person have to be? So with the situation with Fresh and Fit, I really feel like it's going to be over a lot sooner. I don't see Fresh and Fit being even a topic of discussion next year. I think Myron is too outrageous with his anti-blackness. And yes, you do have black fans, but you only gonna keep coming at black.
I used to say that with a couple of people who I thought it was over with.
Whom? Who's still around?
And they went on for a long time, even with Synergy, even with Tommy. You'd be surprised.
And Cynthia G is also trying to soften her rhetoric because she's trying to make a crossover. You always start off edgy and toxic, but when you're trying to cross over to larger markets, because even when she had that debate with the biracials, she didn't really get as toxic as she would get on her show. She knew that she was on a larger platform.
And she had a debate with biracials, you say?
It was. It was on Fox Soul some months ago. But she tempered her rhetoric down significantly. She knows how to code switch when she's trying to make that transition to something bigger than just YouTube.
Yeah, so, that's why she still the thing with Tommy got ahead of himself. And like I said, the only reason he could still be up in here, because do you know how long people were trying to get rid of his ass up in here, signing petitions, everything. They wouldn't do a damn. They wouldn't do jack. Okay, he was saying whatever he wanted. It's the fact that, like I said, he talked about a certain group of people. He went because he's thinking, oh, I got the support of the majority. And like I said, the majority don't control shit. If you really understand who really controls things, you know, what you see is control, you know, at least with this, you know. Yeah, so he thinking I got the support of the majority. I could say this and be a mouthpiece and yeah, you remember I played for y'all that little clip, but I had to hurry up and go on put it on private because I still got to be wise. I'm brave but wise.
Well, here's what I'm going to say about this before I wrap things up. I really feel like people like to complain about people. No, I'm not even going to speak in code because this is dumb. Like they complain about Jewish people and also people in the LGBTQ community working in like a unit, whether it's about complaining and getting your channel shut down or getting your business shut down. But the real issue is Black people can't do the same thing because they don't want to work together. They don't want to. And they will never be able to use the system against itself because they don't even want to work together as a community. So it's easy to say, oh, the Jews, they control things. No, they know what's up. These two Jewish people may not be friends, but they realize if a company or a person comes at one or the other because of the fact that they're Jewish, that it's only a matter of time before they come at them. So they understand that. They understand that they are linked. Whether they like it or not, they are linked. You come at one Jew, you're coming at all of us. If Black people were on code like that, they wouldn't be so upset about the Jewish community doing it. I actually think it's being on code. And I can't hate it, people being on code. I just can't. I can't get myself to be mad at that.
That's why it may come as if I'm defending certain people when I'm not. But I get what you're saying. And trust me, like I said, me and Shorty, we bump heads on certain things. The way I react versus let's say, yeah, you know, I get what you're saying, but this is also why, because like I don't like giving certain people the satisfaction. Yeah, and but it's difficult. It's difficult. I get frustrated, and trust me, I lost. You know, I used to be kind of popping here, but I lost a lot of supporters because people wanted me to go harder. People wanted me to go. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I will say that I didn't never really got disrespected like that. You know, there are a few people try to come like whether they say Mammy Mule or whatever, but for the most part, they know I love Black people. You know what I'm saying? They know I'm really coming from a place of love. They know, and people mixed with me. That's why it was hard for me to even really go at the Golden Sphere. You know what I'm saying? Like
wasn't for me. I didn't hesitate.
Now, if you saw with Smiles, you see I didn't hold back shit. But
well, because at the same time, when people start to say, well, see, mixed people are all toxic. No, we're not. There's people who are fucked up in the head and some people who are not. So if you see messed up stuff, my issue really are with people who, especially some of the defectors of the Golden Sphere, everyone's like, oh, it's so toxic. Your ass was just over there. You was just on those panels. Right, it's toxic now because you getting drugged. But when they were dragging other people and lying about what the fuck was going on, you were co-signing for.
Yeah, I'm just sitting back, just like, okay, whatever.
What are you talking about?
I smile, shake my head, like, okay, now it's okay. All right, but y'all knew when she was lying in the first place, you know. But you know, you just gotta allow people to implode, self-destruct. You know what I'm saying? You know, but people.
I'll help you though. I'll definitely help that along. We'll definitely move your implosion up a couple of days if necessary.
Right. So I can't get with people lying and stuff. Even if you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But it's the thing is, everybody want to belong to some sort of little clique, little group. I'm just trying to, you know, like with the Most High, you know. Now I've always seen myself as just Black. If that's a gang or clique, but even with that, you know, that even with my relationship with pro-Blacks in YouTube, you know, I still love them, but I see that, you know, with the Bible bashing and all of that. So it's, you know, with the and that's when I initially unsubscribed from Synergy. It started with that, and that's one thing I noticed a lot of these ones got in common. You know how I feel passionate about the Bible and everything. So you know, but I always love my people, whether we refer to ourselves as Black Israel, you know. Yeah,
there is something that happened regarding the Golden Sphere and another individual. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it because we're on the stream, and I'm not one to dance around things. So, like, there's all this controversy about the whole doxing thing, and me personally, until you start trying to reveal where I live, my information, I don't mess with people. Even if I don't like your content, I don't have an interest in just arguing with you. But as soon as Hybrid and Olden Goddess tried to expose my information, I said, okay, well, now we're game. Let's do it. And then, of course, when I revealed their information, it revealed a lot of negative stuff. It's like, you figure out who I am. All you're going to learn is everything that I said about myself is true. The only thing that's different is the name. But here's the thing. Zachary, or Zacharias, he likes to call himself Zacharias.
Oh, no.
He was threatening to dox Diana because me and Diana are friends. Yeah, he was threatening to. I had to get a restraining order against his weird ass. Like, I got a stream going into details about all of that. Like, I managed to get this file because when you get a restraining order against somebody, you're supposed to send your evidence in.
You know what? I was actually
no. Let me finish. Zacharias sent in his evidence. He had a thumb drive full of a whole bunch of people's personal information with MapQuest directions. He had not even just myself, not even just Bluest Gelato. It's a bunch of dudes from all over the country, pretty much. He's getting their information. What do you need MapQuest directions for? So at the end of the day, it's like when you're friends and you associate with that kind of stuff, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, well, let's go easy on these people. Like, I knew what kind of people these were when I first came across them. I have really good, very good, I got really good instinct. I got really good discernment. I can look in a situation. I'm not saying on no mystical type shit, but just I can realize exactly the kind of person I'm dealing with. And that's what another thing that upset them is you couldn't pull any wool over my eyes. And I had no sympathy for them because I knew what kind of people they were. So the more that this reveals itself, especially over these last going on 2 years at this point, it's like it's exactly like I saw. That's why I don't feel bad about revealing these people for who they are. These are some dark-hearted people. So, like, when he started targeting Diana just because she knew me and he thought he was going to intimidate her, I'm like, look, you better control yourself. Diana lives in the same state.
Did Diana speak against him? Or
she said nothing about him. Nothing.
Okay,
nothing.
I heard him on the panel with the Golden Sphere when they were trying to get him. Oh, I saw they were treating you really now, because he had got into it with Shorty Womp Womp. I had not disrespected Zacharias, but I could tell they were trying to get him to speak against me as well. Yeah, and he was quick to say, no, I have no problem with the she, this and that. That's why I don't even understand. So he would do that. So I said, I respected that. If he want to hang with them, that's cool. I wasn't tripping over that. He didn't, So I don't see him as coming at somebody who wouldn't come at him first. You know what I'm saying? Even if I disagree with him on how he sees mixed versus, but that's the only thing.
He's more inclined to attack women on YouTube. Like, with men, he'll do this little passive aggressive shit, like try to get your personal information, and then he'll go on Twitter and talk crazy and post a whole bunch of lies. He's posted some really erroneous shit, and then now there's a criminal investigation. It's really gotten bad.
Oh my god!
It's gotten bad. Not even just for him. It's a lot of people who thought this shit was a joke, and it's like it really didn't do what you thought it was going to do to me. But what it's going to do to y'all, the end result is gargantuan. And I have no sympathy. And I don't want to hear, what I don't want to hear from anybody on YouTube is, oh no, he's being a Karen. Oh no, people are going to go to jail. That's so fucked up. No, y'all wanted this. You wanted this. So you're getting it.
Why? Okay, how is it going on? I haven't even seen them up in here. I don't get it. Oh, it must be, yeah.
I'm going to email you. I'm going to email you and give you a little bit more because this isn't the appropriate. When you want something to happen legally, you got to let things happen. Like, Zachary was taking his ugly ass on, every platform he could, lying, making up shit, trying to get attention because he really just likes to be around mixed people. He wants to live vicariously through us. It's really weird. But on top of that, he has a lot of hostility towards women. So he was threatening to dox Diana. Oh yeah, he threatened to rip out Anna's hair. He likes to argue and fight with women. But so after we go to court, he makes an ass out of himself. I'm going to do a stream about it. He really made an ass out of himself. He starts threatening the judge and her daughter on his podcast.
Okay. Oh, guys, this is too much for me. I don't know.
I'm telling you, like I know when I encounter a person, I know when they ain't shit. Like that's the problem. They know that I can tell that, oh, you ain't shit. I'm not gonna deal with you. And then I move a certain kind of way.
I don't know because I ain't been, but that's kind of I really hope that. Yeah, so
Man,
I'm not
fuck him.
if that's with you, I can't tell you how to react. I can't tell you how to, what I'm saying?
Aggressively.
Yeah,
That's how you react. You react aggressively to those situations.
But man, I always say because I did, kind of, liked him a lot. You know what I'm saying? I just disagree with, with how what he sees is because I just see him as black like me.
Also, think about it like this.
I was just
This
wanting
man-
to stop talking about bluish and stop, like let's talk about other things. Yeah,
he has that man address. He has Bluish's we have to be clear about this. He has Bluish's address for no fucking reason with MapQuest directions. This is beyond just a person talking crap about somebody online. This is crossing into that world of dangerousness. And one thing about me, please don't roll up on me because, like, look, I already side-eye black people when they roll up on me in public. So, like, it will not end well for you. So to even collect people's information like that and get MapQuest directions, what you need MapQuest directions for? What you need Bluish Gelato's address for? Why is that relevant for your life? It's not relevant.
Now there are people, don't get me wrong, like I was gonna really come up in here and do a straight up, this was a couple of years ago with me and Synergy when she was coming at me and I was coming at her. I was gonna expose the shit out of her. It's a lot of stuff to this day. See, I listened to the little bit of Mike TV, like, oh man, you ain't through the exposing. Like I could email you some stuff because there's a lot of stuff to this day I ain't exposed on. Because don't get me wrong, there are certain people now. There are certain people. They get to a point, especially when you consider, like, we all just watched that film, Judas and the Black Messiah, based on, what happened with Fred Hampton and everything. We got a lot of damn agents. Some of these people need to be exposed. Don't get me wrong now. Some of these people, now I'm not saying, some people, they just putting out address and shit just so, you can go track, just to be, I'm talking about exposing their asses as agents. And that because I'm going to tell you, there's somebody who was associated with the Golden Sphere, not exactly part of the Golden Sphere, but there was some shit. And I ain't even share that with you. Because like I told Goddess, if I dox your ass, if what you want to call dox, I just say exposing. If I do this, I'm going to take all the credit. I'm going to let you know. It ain't gonna be no shit behind the scene like they thought I'm behind the scenes with you in cahoots.
Yeah, nobody got time for that.
No, none of that.
Nobody got time for that. Like,
right. No,
whatever information that I needed to get, I got independently.
Yeah, I want to, right. And I see that's the thing. I'm not gonna take away your credit, and I don't want nobody taking my credit. I want people to know this. Exactly. I researched and I found so you can know because I've always wanted to be a lawyer anyway. But yeah. There was, because see, the thing is, like I said, with Synergy, because it started with, because I remember Angel Ramirez Jordan. Now, we used to do panels, used to be cool with each other and everything. I think we might have just said, this is my spiritual beliefs and that, and I think he may have thought, like, I don't know. Well, anyways, that's a whole nother. But yeah, damn, what happened?
Hello, what's up? What's going on?
I'm here. Okay. I don't know what happened. I noticed it said chat disconnect. Yeah, but
I put it on private because this part of the conversation, I don't necessarily need too many people checking in on this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because with Senna, she contacted. Now imagine Angel contacting me, telling me that Synergy calling and talking about me and I'm like, and that's when I really started getting suspicious towards this person. And I was noticing she was taking, and people would tell me, and I had heard that she did this before with other people, but it's like you got to experience it yourself to really believe it. But she was taking like directly from my videos. And, now I just showed 2 examples that I have for proof, but there were many examples. And I'm like, what is with this chick? Then she ends up getting up with Nyla Says, reading a Facebook message I sent to Nyla Says, to Angel, right? And I'm like, what is this chick following? You know what I'm saying? And when you think somebody's stalking you, so then I'm like, let me and also I had a situation in the black sector, and I realized you have to screenshot things, you have to save things, and that's when I started, and I realized I really began to realize we got some damn agents and some crazy ass people up in here. There was a lot.
We have more crazy people than I would say agents, because based off of what I saw with Zachary Dwayne Boston. With Zachary Dwayne, this stalker file, because of his mental illness, he didn't do a very good job of organizing it. Really, he was supposed to go to court with me. I was very specific about what he was doing. Zachary was going to different websites because he knows that I'm a professional social worker. And that's not something I hid. I say that pretty often. He's lying and saying that I'm a part of some type of child sex trafficking ring. And honestly, when you have those kind of thoughts in your fucking head, that says a lot about you. It says nothing about me. At the end of the day, this stuff is going to get scrubbed from the internet, but you will have a restraining order on you. And there's also going to be criminal things associated with this. So do you believe during the cross-examination, which like when I saw this file full of information of all these different men, their personal information, where they live, I'm like, do you think the judge, when the judge sees how crazy this shit looks, I'm going to win? So I was like, all right, no, submit all that into information. Submit all of it. We sit down. I explained my side of what was going on, that I did not know this man, that he started following me online. I've never had a friend. He likes to tell people we were friends. I never had a friend. I never had a conversation with this man. He would just tweet me out of nowhere. Just because someone tweets you does not mean they're your friend. Me and you are cool, but I don't consider you my friend, Lashid, because we don't exchange information like that. We talk online and we keep it there. How is the person who tweeted me a couple of times my friend just because they feel like that's the case in their brain? So he started tweeting at me, trying to get involved in these mixed wars because he wants to live vicariously through mixed people. Just all of this sick nonsense. And now it's escalated to this point. The first question that he wanted to ask during the cross-examination, when people have just shown all his crazy, and he was contacting my job. He contacted my job, contacted family members, just doing all this weird shit. So, like, the first question he asks is, don't I identify as a multiracial American also? I'm like, nigga, we are talking about some serious shit, and you talking about this dumb shit. He went on for 3 hours. We were in court 3 hours. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm wasting my PTO talking to this snaggletooth-ass nigga.
My God.
I was so pissed off.
Oh my. See, okay, you gotta understand, Lady Cree. This is why I was telling you also with the angry biracial. I understand that you're gonna fight back and everything, but I begin to realize that these people are dangerous. A lot of these people are dangerous. Where they, that's actually why I wanted you to let it go. Do you understand what I'm saying? And
at the same time, I'm not going to be silenced. You can't expect people to just be silenced because some asshole has me. Like, look, at the bottom line, I'm not going to let these people scare me. You roll up over here, you're gonna get shot the fuck up. Period. That's just how it rolls over here. I live in Arizona. We got guns. We good over here. I have a lot of skeptical white neighbors. So as soon as one of they black asses roll around here thinking, oh, I'm mulatto, I can mix. No, you can't. They be looking at my ass crazy. And I done lived here for years. So, like, you're not going to blend in. You're going to stick out. It's not what you think. It's not sweet over here. Like, they didn't really got it in their head that, like, I'm some sassy gay dude who's afraid. Like, no, you roll your ass over here, it's going to be a problem. So, like, that's another reason why I took this off the live, because I really don't want this part of the conversation out there. But, like, it got real weird. There is a criminal investigation going on. That's why Golden Goddess has shut the fuck up. You notice she got real silent after a while because it's getting hot. Like,
she ain't gonna mention your name. She's scared to mention your name.
It's getting hot. It's getting hot, and I'm very serious. Like, because you're trying to ruin my name because you don't have a good name. Like, you don't have a good name.
It's making me wonder with this whole Golden Sphere thing. Is this some voodoo type shit? I know this sounds crazy. But, like, that's why I was, like, determined to know who started it. Like, even with this, from the red pill to, you've got a lot of, it's another thing, too. You got a lot of these people who are dealing with occultism, sorcery. They're dealing with all kind of, you know what I'm saying? And it's
Zachary told you multiple times that he was an ex-witch. He keeps saying that I'm doing some black magic.
But no, I got you're only the Most High, so let me stop.
I mean, it's like, if you want to, I don't encourage you to listen to it, but if you would like to review the evidence of what Zacharias is doing on his little struggle podcast. He clearly wants people to hear it, but
he has a podcast.
It's really all over the place. But basically, he implied that I was in the Illuminati, and he literally said this in court. I was in the Illuminati, and somehow I'm related with this whole R. Kelly situation. I'm also related to the Chris Stokes situation with B2K. I'm somehow related to the situation with Michael Jackson 1993. So as a clinician, I'm thinking to myself, all of these topics are about child sexual exploitation. Why is that on your brand?
Is he taking that from Angry Biracial or something?
No, this is shit that he's kind of putting together. He also is getting some of that from Angry Biracial. Angry Biracial, I have a civil suit against him for over $850,000. I'm not playing with these niggas.
Damn.
Like we're beyond that part. We're at the part where people are gonna. That's why I haven't been online with this. I haven't been online talking about this. This is why this is on private.
It's disappointing me. I noticed that Sister Deborah Yah shared a video from Angry Biracial, and I wanted to post to her so bad, like, don't trust this dude, because
you got to.
I guess he's pro-black woman now.
But that's why it's important for people like us to keep saying stuff, because they're going to keep trying to play this game. And it's not even just about him, because he's nothing special. Most of his views and his comments, all that stuff is fake. He does the same thing Exoticals United does. It's all fugazi.
Yeah,
so I'm not even.
She's the one that I'm talking about. I have found some information. Her, I know her name and all this. I definitely believe that's her. That's what I'm saying. These people. Oh my God! Only person I shared the information with was Fran.
I don't need to know her identity so much, but what industry is she working in?
Well, okay, let me see. I'd have to go to my what I have in my notes. She does little articles, and she was talking about how there's government study on Black women and all this stuff. And I'm like, who are these people? This is why I talk about, like, with MK Ultra and all of that. You have these people, these plants up in YouTube, and it's obvious that they're up in here. And when we talk about monarch programming and all of that, there are people, I believe, been groomed since birth. They're up in here to cause divisions, every type of division between Black people. Maybe I'll share with you the information I have. But yeah,
with Exoticals United, I feel as though, and since no one's really checking into her content, like I peeped her views. When I say her views, like her views,
I just let it go.
No one's really watching that, so that doesn't really bother me. And same thing with Jessie McBeth. For the most part, if he would have just took it on the chin, we know your mom is a white woman. She was not Arab on no level. Like, you've been exposed. Move on with your life. He started doing a lot because he's a very bitter individual, and he's done this before. When I put up his legal record, same thing with Bobby Joe. Both of these people have harassment, and Jessie McBeth got like 3 charges of harassment. So, like, this kind of behavior didn't surprise me. And at the end of the day, I plan on transitioning to politics at some point. So I'm like, I'm going to wrap this up real nice in public. There's going to be articles about this situation.
Hey, I'm pacing the floor as you're talking. I'm like, damn.
This is not going to be just something where it's like, oh, it was just a YouTube battle. This isn't even going to be something we handle in a courtroom. I'm also going to be really promoting this in the public sector in articles and really showing, because Jessie McBeth already is infamous, and so is Jennifer Chapton. So people are going to automatically be interested in the story just on those 2 people. That brings enough intrigue to the story on its own. But when you add in the situation of anti-Blackness, the idea of interracial oppression, where people are literally in the same community trying to oppress each other and create this new caste system, it's a very interesting story that people need to know about. The whole story.
Like, who is Brown? Now, like I was saying with Exotic, I ain't go into that because I felt, okay, she's not big enough. You know what I'm saying? Now, I feel like, if she has an influence that's big enough that it's having an impact, then you know what I'm saying. So I said the little things I had to say, like with the brown skin Exoticals, and moved on. But like I said, I noticed with Golden Goddess, it's like me and Mrs. M, we have been talking, doing private streams, right? Well, she'll contact me secretly. We'll do But it's like what Miss M said. We've done. I've got some, but I got the streams on private, just me and her talking. We've done about 3 weeks. Yeah. And like she said, it's like if Golden Guy, it's like if you're not talking about her, she gets this itching, like she wants you. It's really weird. She wants you. My niece is I'm trying to hold back my oldest niece because she's saying she want to come at her ass. I mean, she's from
your state. You know she's from your state, right?
Oh, really? She's from Illinois.
She's originally from Illinois. So of course, when you look up people information, you better be about to do something legally. So once I knew that I had to serve people, I had to look her up for real, look her up. And look, a person who has 20 charges, and this is an exaggeration, and this isn't just one time. Well, we're talking, it was more than 20. It was like close to almost 30 charges, and you're not even 50 years old. There comes a question of your mental fitness, because normal people don't have assault charges in their 40s, and you're a woman.
That's
who's
scary,
doing that?
to be honest. That's really, see, I had just looked into her. Now, I could find out all of that, but I just looked into when she was coming at me talking about she gonna flag my channel. She mad at Black Skin is Amazing, and you coming at me talking about I'm gonna flag your channel down. I said, oh shit, well, if I see a single strike, I'm gonna go to war exposing your ass. You know what I'm saying? And Smiles had already posted like Bobby Joe. It was real easy with her, because obviously she didn't want to believe me that it was Smiles that kind of put her name a little out there. Well, actually, she just referred to her as Bobby Joe something, and so I was so easily able to find information on that, because I'm a good detective. Yeah, and so that's when I found the little mugshots and stuff, but I was just going, and taunting, like roasting her ass if she was, you know what I'm saying? If she was the.
But we all got identities. The thing is this. It's like. What you're not gonna find is no mugshots though. Like, that's what when you look me up, you're not gonna find that.
You may find an unflattering picture, maybe, but you ain't gonna find the worst thing that a person can find is when me and my sister was on damn talk show. My sister being a damn swirler, playing around. I get a call, and this was back in the.
Wow.
And I don't want to say I just say, but I told people this. I told I'm not gonna say the talk show. It's embarrassing because my sister got to cursing and acting stupid. But this is before people started doing all the fighting and stuff. All I know, I just get a call, and because I guess I'm the anti-swirler, and I realized the show.
You kind of are.
Well, the show was set up to make me look like the racist. I realized that, like. What? Because I'm like, I get on. They didn't even let us hear the rest of the show, right? I get on, I see neo-Nazi, this and that. I'm like, what the hell? Like all the other guests was before my sister and I. And so so I'm the one in the neo-Nazi seat. I'm the relative that disapproves of my loved one and is racial. So y'all making me equivalent to the neo-Nazis and stuff.
So that was your breakout into the entertainment industry.
Gosh, no.
That's how. When we create your Wikipedia page, though, when you get your Wikipedia page, it has to be there. It just is what it is. It's a part of our story.
I'll tell you, and I'm embarrassed because my sister messed up what I was going to wear, and I know it was a little funky or something. What I was going to wear, come to find out she had put it on or something. It was smelling sweaty, and so I had to wear this big yellow shirt. This was before I had my breast reduction, so that really looked bad. So that's the only thing I'm embarrassed. And her cursing because some white female in the audience called her a slut or something during commercials. So my sister, she dropped her little nice, polite voice, and she got the cussing bitch out. And I'm hitting my sister on the leg, like, please stop, please. We're
on television.
So, oh gosh. And the thing is, I never got to see it air. I missed it when it aired. So now that my sister's gone, we've been trying to find it. But at the same time, I'm embarrassed if they ever show that. But this was right before the fighting, the physical fighting and all that got popular and the stuff.
But even if that did surface, if it does happen, understand it's on brand. It's not like it's against your brand. It's not like it's against
right. But
it's not like you're making an ass out of yourself.
Calling my sister a bed wench, I wouldn't want nobody. That's what I would be really worried about.
Here's the thing, though.
She was saying shit that she was saying stuff that I knew was a lie. Talking about black men or this. I'm like, where the hell did this come from? Like, girl, you know you don't say that stuff. And I believe, and that's why this is why I question a lot of things as being scripted, because they were telling us with this talk show, they were telling us, oh, we want to see, like as if they were talking, like they wanted us to argue, right? And I wasn't listening to that. I was just still talking, you know, because, you know, I wanted to talk on a pro-black tip or whatever. So they took my sister in a separate room. I noticed that. Next thing you know, she's on stage saying shit that I know, like, girl, like that, you know, you don't think like that at all. You know?
Did you guys ever talk about what was said in that room after the show?
Did we ever? No. It's funny because after that, it was a very bad experience. After that, well, oh God, do I dare tell you the show? It was actually Jerry Springer.
Of course it was Jerry Springer. Of course it was Jerry Springer.
Yeah, after that, it's funny because we weren't even really talking. It was a bad experience. We both felt bad. We felt used. We felt dirty. You know, I was being cut off. You know what I'm saying? Jerry Springer cut me off. It was like, you know, okay, first you go out there and you're in this hotel and it's all fancy and it's all, you know, have a nice, but once the show is over, and my sister didn't even come back home with me. She went, and you know, because I could tell that she felt bad, and you know what I'm saying. And it was not
manipulated.
Yeah, exactly. And I, you know what, and I hate it because she's gone, and I never really got to talk to her about that because I definitely believe that they told her to say my sister was a swirler, but she absolutely didn't hate black men at all. No. She was thinking white men money.
When you say a swirler, were there multiple white men or was there a white man?
Yes, multiple. I'm gonna just put it this: my sister, I don't know. I didn't understand it considering how pro-black my mother was. I just never understood it. She just, well, it was revealed to me after she died that she was raped in the projects by some, you know, so that might have had something to do with it. But my sister was one of them. She was out there, you know, and you know, may have even went into, you know, she even went into. I don't want to say it, but yeah, but that's also when the drug habit kicked in. But she used to. I don't know. I just noticed that white men flocked to my sister. One time I was at a playground with her. I was like 10 years old. This is in the 80s, and I was with her. And these guys, white dudes from Navy. I have a friend who's like that. They like white men magnets. You know what I'm saying? And she didn't even have to try to go to white men would come to her, and she would have white men with money.
My older sister only dates white or non-black men. She may date a Middle Eastern man. I think she dated this biracial dude for a couple of days, and that's as black as she could get. But what I do know about my sister, what she experienced in life, is that when she was younger, she was sexually assaulted by a black man because, you know, we live in black neighborhoods, and you know, she was like 13 when that happened. It wasn't a story that we knew until she became an adult. Also, bear in mind, my sister, she was born 1984. So as she was growing up, you had the rise of the wigger, right? You had your Marky Marks and your Justin Timberlakes, and it's like you could still get your black aesthetic that you really want. You still feel comfortable with, but you're getting it through this white vessel. And then you also get this idea that, oh, well, these white families they're more together and they're more stabilized. And especially if you've experienced some type of sexual assault in your childhood, it's a good feeling that it's not a good feeling. It's a feeling like you're going to be like, I don't trust my family because they couldn't protect me from this incident. And you start to look at your neighbors and your family members and your cousins. God forbid if it happened by somebody in your family. You start to not trust them or people who look like them. So I think some of that played a factor into my sister. I think a lot of media, I pray for her healing because she definitely went through a lot. She's been with a lot of toxic white men. The one white dude she was with, who she had her first child with, he was white in name only. This nigga was in jail all the time. He acted like like an out of control black person every time he interacted with the police. And they were giving him time. They gave him up to I think 12 years in prison. But it wasn't like a 12-year set. It was always like back to back for crazy, aggressive stuff or drug related stuff. She was really into this criminal element in the earlier part of her 20s. And then she started dating this dude from like, I think he was from Lebanon. And he had a lot of money, but he was able to manipulate her with it because it was like, oh, you know, we grew up middle class, but it's a big difference between being middle class and then being with a millionaire. It's a whole different scenario.
Yeah.
You know, so I can understand why she is where she is, and I don't judge people for who they're attracted to. My mother, you know, she considered monoracial for the most part, but within our family unit, and this is why I understand why people use the word MGM, even though I'm not a fan of it. Within my family unit, we don't have that many dark-skinned people. In fact, this is gonna sound terrible, but we have the dark ones. It was like 3 cousins. Everybody is either at very darkest, this kind of cinnamon color, but most of us are light skinned. Many of us have blue eyes because my grandfather was a quadroon on that side. And even his wife was like some kind of mixed woman. So you have all of these kind of light skinned people procreating with more light skinned people. And not only that, he had white family members providing him with money. So he has another source of income that a lot of black families didn't have in Detroit in the 1940s and the 1950s. He had a different setup. And when I look at my family and I compare it to other black families, it's not exactly the same. Like having white money to change your situation changes a lot. Could you, like, I'm not saying that that's the be all and savior of all things, but having more money would change what your family experiences and what they have access to.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like we had more conversations about how our family composition was different and unique because of the racial dynamics and how we were able to stratify ourselves socially because of it. That would have been an interesting conversation, but I felt like people just wanted to psychologically masturbate over phenotypes and DNA results, you know.
Yeah. I can't believe I had no interest in getting a DNA test. Well, all I cared about is, you know, like, you know, if I'm E1B, if my father E1B1A, I'll put it that way. If I'm Israel, I can't believe that they drove me to the point of getting
a DNA test.
Yeah, like, oh my gosh. And now people are talking about how, you know, with the DNA. I mean, but that's real interesting with your family, you know, and that's the and see, and I'm not gonna lie, I've had a conundrum. I've had with the whole thing with the Golden Sphere, this has been like actually the most difficult for me because this is hard for me. Because I could easily put, like, if you're white, I could very easily put you. But when you have, it's hard for me going at people, even if they're mixed with black, if they look like they have, see, like with a white racist, that's so easy for me to, you know what I'm saying? But right. Like I remember with Anna, and she was one, you know, like when I was on a panel, I couldn't find myself being mean to her. I couldn't. I'm looking at her. She got the little puffballs. She got like
evil.
I would have my daughter's hair, and I would. So I'm like seeing it. She kind of got, being that she doesn't really wear makeup like that. So she looks young in the face. That is, she's got like a woman's body, but she looks young in the face. And she wears no makeup. So it was so hard for me. But then I'm hearing this girl. I'm like, this girl is mean. She's got the monkey stuff. And even with that, I would, you know, yeah. And then she sounds young. And so I'm like, she looked like she could be, you know, someone in my family, definitely on my mom's side, 'cause they got them noses kind of like hers. Because her features, whether she, you know, despite her complexion, she has very Africoid features, the shape of her forehead, her nose. You know, in the center, you know. Man,
now Hussey is evil. Like she is.
Yeah, it was after the bluish gelato thing, but that was all like, oh, see, when you do stuff like, you know, like lying on people, I can't get with that, you know. And then me listening to the thing with Rashida Strober, where it was something with Rashida Strober. I was like, damn, this girl, she, you know, she mean as hell.
She's dark-hearted.
But I realize it's also some shock jock type of stuff. But I will say that I was able to talk with her and have her on my panel. Say, you know, things went kind of foul with her in Psychopathias. Oh, okay.
No, wasn't that Bossy? I think that was actually Bossy where things.
No, there was also, there was with Psychopathias one time on my panel where, because I remember Goldie Goddess took it and re-uploaded it because she felt that she got some hot stuff from my, she wanted to see fighting on my panel. Yeah, Psychopath just kind of came at Anna. Because he's kind of zero tolerance.
Of course he did.
Yeah,
of course he did.
Yeah, so it kind of got a little ugly. But she was talking, and that's another thing too, because she was also talking about being sexually assaulted and stuff. So that made it hard for me too. So that it's kind of difficult with,
I got a hypothesis about Anna, and you may or may not agree with this. I suspect Anna is older than she says, and I suspect Anna already has children. The fact that she keeps bringing up the topic of, oh, if my kids were this complexion, and she's always referring to babies and children and their skin complexion specifically. And for some reason, my instinct is telling me, I think you didn't already have some kids that came out black as hell and you put them up for adoption or something, because it keeps, you keep bringing up that same topic.
This is why I want people to look more into like MK Ultra, mind control trauma, and the effects of trauma. And see, this is why also, like, because I recently had some cousins, and remember when I shut my channels and stuff down because I didn't know what God was. I recently had some cousins. I had traumatic experience with cousins I lived with, and they have written a book, or one has wrote a book. It's so funny what I had with, and just slandering certain people in my family that are dead now, And one even tried to come at my brother on some shit, my oldest brother. And that's why I had to check her. And yeah, she's lying on her own. Mama dead, my auntie who died. Well, I had two aunties who died recently. She lied on, but the one I lived with that I talked about, she's lying on her own. It's now, and I'm one that, this was it's a whole bit. It started a big thing with my own family, and there's things that, and I caught her ass, and I made sure to screenshot our Facebook conversation, our argument, and everything, because I caught her ass in lies. And I also got videos she talking to Ike and Tina as her father and mother, and I'm like, so people telling me, that she's been suicidal and seen with the psychiatrist and all this shit, and so I'm really wondering, can they implant memories and shit in your head? You know what I'm saying? Because she's saying like auntie, she's telling this Tyler story. Now I know, so it's certain things that I can prove that she's lying. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
and that she's straight up, that I can prove that she's lying on. So I'm really looking into this. Oh wow, that's a Native American right there. Is that your
no? So this is my paternal great grandmother. Our birth certificate would say that she is Negro, because that's just what they called them back in those days.
Oh wow!
But based off of her parentage, she had a person of mixed race background mother, and there was also a white father who was not really involved.
I see mongoloid. I mean, I hope you don't get offended by that term.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I definitely see like Eastern Asia, you know what I'm saying? Inuit perhaps, or I definitely see Native American. Wow.
So this is me, a grandma. This is one of my darker cousins who isn't really considered dark skinned by American or Black American standards, but within the family unit, that will be considered dark skin. And you can kind of see where my grandmother gets her features from her mom. Very similar kind of a setup.
So is she, your grandma, was she considered Black? Was she, like on the census?
Back in those days, that's what they would call it. But like, what would you call it? When a person, like, you probably pull her DNA and it's somewhere in like 27%, sub-Saharan African. Like,
wow.
But back in those days, we just called it Black. This is another one of our aunts. You can kind of see they all have a similar kind of a thing. She actually used to wear sun tanning oils and kind of things to make herself look darker, ironically.
Yeah, this is interesting. And now I got an understanding of MGM. At first I was like, oh gosh, what term, what division, what these acronyms. And after listening, it was something I think Future is Golden. Who was she talking to? Well, she had explained MGM. It was just a way of online and social media differentiating mixed people from those who are directly biracial. And then I was like, okay, I get it. Okay, I understand.
Right.
That's talking for the sake of understanding in social media. Okay, I get it. So then I wasn't as offended, by it. Only thing, this whole, I don't know. If I detect that people are just trying to get away from blackness.
Oh, you're not really getting, well, at least I'm not. I don't necessarily think that I'm getting away from blackness. Number one, there is no getting away from blackness, especially if you have phenotypes.
Dude. Oh my God.
Blasian King, he clearly has something wrong with him. I don't know if he has fetal alcohol syndrome or something. There's clearly some type of neurocognitive issue. That's why some of them, I just I try my best not to come at.
They're attracting. That's why I had to put up on personality disorders and, that's why I had to, and do you know how that hit me? That was another thing that pissed me off with the Golden State. I'm responding. Do you know this dude all in my messages? Cunt. He was calling me bitches, cunts, this, and that, just because me talking about with the Australians and you know what I'm saying, being black. He was talking reckless, and it was all he was leaving posts all in my videos and calling me bitches, cunts. So I respond right when psychopath is, and I'm like, look, and this is the dude. This is the Golden Sphere dude showing his. Next thing you know, he's suicidal. And I'm like, oh, this is not fair on me. I was so mad about that. I'm like, hell no, I can't respond. This person leaving all these posts, calling me bitches, hoes, leaving post after post in my comment section, when nobody even really talking about him. Yes, and I had showed people. So I, respond showing him, nobody even called him ugly or anything. This was like, he's weirdo. He respond, he's even threatened, I'm gonna cut you and saying with type he gonna cut people, and here go Golden Goddess, a multiracial. They was in the comment section. I made sure to screenshot that shit. You about that life. So I said, I could use that against y'all since y'all want to play Karen's daughter. Yeah, but then to put me like I would be the face of him committing suicide. I said, now this shit ain't fair. How the hell you doing all this hard talking? You calling me bitches, hoes, cunts. I'm about that life, you fat bitch. Talking all this stuff. And then I respond, not calling you out your name, anything like that. And now you're suicidal. I'm pushing this. Oh, this is, I'm the big bad witch. I'm pushing him to suicide. I'm like, y'all, now that shit pissed me off right there.
Man, if he dies, he dies. I don't care. I'm sick of these people. I am sick of them. I'm not going to allow these people to weaponize their mental illness. Go see a therapist.
I'm like, and then he, so I got to put my video on private because this guy's suicidal. But you know what I'm saying? Aww. I'm like, this is some bullshit right here. What's going on with this? I'm like, this even Black Skin is Amazing. I say he is a grown ass. I'm like, I got an uncle with Down syndrome, and he knows not to be up in here. Cause I don't know if you witnessed that, but he was being hella reckless and just calling and bitches and cunts, and he was leaving multiple posts.
Oh yeah, he came at me once, but I did not hold back. I'm not gonna dance around it. You're ugly, bro. On top of you being ugly, you are clearly a colorist, and it probably gets under your skin that I'm lighter than you. So let me remind you that I'm lighter than you. So I was not gonna be like, I do not spare their egos.
They don't tell him what he needs here. Like, okay, I was listening to AMR talking about, they're jealous of your hair. I'm like, that's the last thing y'all need to be telling this dude. Because I notice how he will post, tell me I'm pretty. Like, he really needs confirmation. People say I look like a model. He's using the picture.
Did you ever see Brian the Chucky?
Special Ed. He didn't even know about Special Ed, the rapper, until I talked about him. So he's using.
Have you ever seen the movie Bride of Chucky?
Yeah, I can't. It's been a minute, but yeah, with
remember when Tiffany got set on fire and she was just like really burnt up, looking, her hair was all burnt off and stuff. That's what I see when I see him. Like, and let's be like, dude, like I've seen some Blasians, hair so beautiful, thick and lovely. This is not one of those cases. Like, no one's jealous. You're just a guy on the internet, and the fact that
And
you're
you a
coming at women
man,
like that
you
is
may be
crazy.
balding soon, okay? You might end
Like,
up
dude.
losing that. Look at, losing that hairline. Like, dude, they do not need to be feeding into, do I look like ask me, people say I look like this person, and he won't use his own, he's using, and he's so adamant to prove that this person, whether it's Foxy Brown or whoever, is not black. Now, if you were to say that, I'm surprised he even calls himself Blasian. He needs to just call himself Asian. If you were to call him Asian, he would not be ready to fight against you and call you, so like, and I think dude from Chicago, like, where, yeah, obviously he's from the north side of Chicago. I'm like, who is doing it? It's some traumatized ass people up in YouTube that seriously needs some help. And that's why, it's like we got to talk about mental health. And when you do understand, that's why I look into, like, with mind control, MK Ultra, and some of these psychiatrists, because they know you've got people. And that's another thing too. I noticed trolls have made channels now. Trolls are YouTubers.
Yeah.
Back in the day, trolls would stay in the comments and with their little snicker and what they
But they can't keep their channels up. Like, you can look at Hybrid's channel. Hybrid has a channel. Ain't nobody watching that crap. Ain't nobody watching him. Don't nobody want to hear from him. He's not interesting.
Yeah,
like,
he
puts up content.
He's been recently tagging my name on stuff, like trying to get my
Me too, trying to get people's attention.
Oh,
Like, no one wants to be your friend. I don't like you. Like, you are disgusting and boring on top of that.
I think he wants to, still was talking about that. I think he wants to discuss music with me or something. It's not happening. I think that's where he got disappointed with me.
He be still in your chat under all of these assumed names. He be still in the chat.
Oh, guys, please let me. If you detect, please take care of it. Yeah, I think that's why I told Miss Hill, because Miss Hill was like asking me, can I just please, would I address? She was telling me, because she wanted his video on her to be taken down, and and I said, what I think it is, because she said that she thinks that he respects me, and I said, no, what I think it is, like she thinks deep down he respects me. I said, I think what it is, he wants to, being that he's into music and all his dad was a DJ or whatever, he wants to join in the conversations on music. But see, and I would not have minded. I wouldn't have, but when you get to a point of lying on me, see, you could disagree with me on evolution and all that. I'm used to that. Okay, I like a good debate. But it's the fact when you take in going as far as deceptive editing, even. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like, that's when you cancel. Just like with I could have, let's say, forgiven Golden Goddess. But when you get to a point where you're lying on me, with the whole CPS shit. And what I witnessed with the Diana thing, that was the fun. Yeah, she's fucking canceled. You know what I'm saying?
For me, with the whole Hybrid situation, it was in a Discord. I'm a person, like, as I mentioned earlier, that discernment is on 100. I was in a Discord, and then they were bringing up the conversation of who's mixed and who's not mixed. And then he was looking at he made a comment, well, he does look like he's mixed. He's talking about me because his facial hair is like a white man's. I was like, I don't even like how you even put that. For whatever reason, that came off coonish in a way that it didn't feel like we're talking about phenotypes and genotypes in a real way. It feels uncomfortable how you describe that. It's just how your whole brain is set up. So on Discord, you can block somebody and a person doesn't necessarily know. So I just blocked them. And then I started to notice that he was just going at Miss MM for no reason. None. I said, well, did you guys date? She said, I was literally talking through Discord and YouTube for 3 weeks with this dude. And it reminds me of what happened with Zachary. It's like people feel like if they have all of these intense emotions for you, you have to in turn have intense emotions, whether it be hostility or romance towards them. And it's like, I don't have time for that. I have a real life on, like, I have things I got to do. And even if I didn't have things I had to do, I still wouldn't be in this discourse with you. But I did want to show you one thing with some of these pictures.
And that was the thing too, that Miss Sim thing. That's when I was like, okay, he's not somebody I can socialize with, because I saw that dangerous territory with that. Because then I saw that he was also coming at me because when he saw that she was in my chat, my comments, on evolution, and it's like, are you coming at me like as a way I'm gonna bully anybody who associates with this female? You know what I'm saying? And that ain't happening with me. I'm gonna talk with who the hell I want to talk to. But yeah,
exactly. So that's me. That's my sister and her daughter.
Oh,
She's a very pretty girl, as you can see.
yeah,
Very
she looks
lovely.
familiar too.
Really? Well, maybe. She's been in the Michigan. This is Dad. So you can kind of see how these features.
You got Native in your ancestry.
Not really. It's only 1%.
No?
Only 1%.
That's kind of like with Tina Turner. Because, yeah, I would have expected with Tina Turner some Native.
His DNA, when we pulled it, it was
like Fox Daddy.
57. I think the highest was like 62. European. Wow. He did have a very small percentage of what could, like, it said that it was Mexican Native American ancestry, which leads me to believe they don't really know what kind of Native American ancestry it is. They just know that it's a Native American ancestry. But his was like at a very low percentage. I think it was like 3 to 5%. But yeah, primarily higher on the European scale, like a lot of biracials are.
Yeah, that's what it was with well, Tina Turner isn't biracial but it was actually what people thought might have been Native, or what she claimed was Native. It was actually, just European. But I mean, with you, I definitely see with your family, but that's something, because I'm pretty good with phenotypes, being, with phenotypes, I'm pretty good with that. Considering that, just something I got into especially after taking, having to take a course in anthropology and all that, and just getting it, just being fascinated with that, and also being artists, a sketch artist who sketch people. I got
the problem with the phenotypes thing is, though, like when you're dealing with people who are like mixed, especially over multiple different generations and different types of parts of Europe, like, so there's parts of, like, I have some Eastern European within the family, because for a while they thought, oh, it's all from Germany. But most of my family members did not come from Germany. They immigrated through Germany. They were really like Finnish and all this other weird stuff. So all of these different parts of Europe, different parts of Africa, and a little bit of indigenous can create a very hard phenotype to anchor down, because you may get a cheek that's like a Native American and an eyelid that's like a European. And you got all these different phenotypes kind of clashing sometimes.
But considering your background, and you're showing me your family, how did you become, because I kind of perceive you as pro-Black. I'm not, okay, you've never expressed yourself being against racial mixing. Okay.
Right. I'm definitely pro-mix in the sense where
you do still come off as like I could see you get very disgusted if you hear anything you believe might be cooning, like with the thing with Oprah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that being a mixed race person separates you from Blackness. I know that it does not. It's not even like you're in a different category per se, but it does give you a different experience. And what I had to learn was, living in the Northeast and seeing a lot of other mixed race people, like, I'm not unique. Like, I wasn't the majority of the students in my classroom, but within my classroom, there was 6 to 10 other mixed kids like me, whether they were first gen biracial or Creole or Blasian or something like that. They were within that. We knew we could recognize each other as being a part of that. But we were still Black kids at the end of the day. Like, there is a big difference between a mixed kid and a white kid. They know the difference. No one's like, I wonder if this mixed kid is a white. No, like, that's why with this whole Jennifer Chapman thing, I wasn't fooled, and I know they weren't fooled either. They knew that this what was going on here. You can look at this woman.
Did you know from the jump that she was white? Or?
Like, it was hard from that, because she only used that one picture. But when I saw more pictures, I said, this is a white woman. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is a straight up white woman. Like, that one picture.
That's the thing we tell people. She used to use the name Jennifer Chapman. Like, in them same pictures, though. She used to use the name Jennifer Chapman. Like, we've been here, me and Fran.
They knew.
Because even Psychopathias, he was like, oh, she's still around? Tommy did a video dissing her ass when she was using the name Jennifer Chapman, the American Idol. It's just I found out that she was the same Jennifer Chapman that was on American Idol. That was like, we all kind of knew that because she got clowned up in here. And Tommy, when Tommy's crazy ass, and she was like a loyal follower of Soto Nation, when Tommy dish your ass and try to like I got a distance. It was her. He did a video dissing her and that Cadillac Gaddafi, who were like these total Tommy stands. Cadillac Gaddafi. He's a funny one because he always say, "Oh, I don't really have nothing against the sheep for you." But then he joined it. Yeah, he joined in the little flag party. Send the order, Tommy. Like they'll say send the order, Tommy, and we'll go flag the channel down. And you saw what I showed you, the conspiracy that she had against my channel, and because she been up in here years. They used to show us, okay, like you could see what page a person went to, because I was noticing that this chick, anywhere she thought I was getting dissed or anywhere black, she would be there. And so I said, let me examine her channel. And she was it was like the only places that she was posting is where black women were being put down. I was like, this woman has an obsession with black women, and she has a filthy mouth, a foul mouth. She's always trying to curse. She's one of those white females. She want to prove, just like how she was on American Idol, talking back to Simon and stuff. She one of them people that can prove she ain't scared. She could put you in check, and she repeats a lot of the same shit over and over again. Yeah,
she looked nasty. She looked nasty. She looked like she don't wear socks. She looked nasty, like in my opinion. But
yeah. So can you imagine me coming find like her ass got a channel light skin, talking about us light skin people? I said, no, this bitch ain't. No, I said no. No, the hell you ain't. You think you gonna come back up in here talking light skin? But it really blew my mind when I found out they was talking about Fran and stuff. Yeah, because when me and Fran was conversing, we wasn't even really conversing on colorism and all that. So we would be in the stream, New Possibility, talking about all kind of stuff, whether it be art, black folk, And I just noticed that it just seemed more recently, in more recent years, that me and Fran started bumping heads on the subject of colorism. Little did I know that she was associating with this other light-skinned sectors and stuff.
And that's why it's important for me as a person
over that. And I was like for instance, and she was right in checking me on laughing because Kwame Brown had a little bit, but she was like every little thing she was checking and correcting me, and so we was bumping heads a lot with that,
right?
Yeah. So, but I realized bigger picture.
I feel like it's important for a person like me though, like because I could have easily. No, I couldn't personally, but I guess a person like me with phenotypes like mine and a family history like mine, I could have easily went over there and become one of their, sycophants. And I have more, I would argue that I would have a better chance at getting people interested in the sector than definitely a person like a hybrid or even like an angry biracial, because they're not very interesting. They don't really bring anything new to the conversation. They're not very funny. They kind of just parrot what they heard on Golden Goddess's channel, but from a really weird guy perspective. So like, if I wanted to go down that route, if I was that kind of individual, I could.
What disappoint me with y'all. Like I would tell Fran Brown, because I could tell that it really meant a lot to her to have this. And don't get me wrong, like I said, she is definitely pro-black, but she just felt as if, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously that has to do with her own experiences and stuff. And so I would tell her, then I'm like, look, you're a good speaker. When she does a stream, people do attend, The
problem is like when you want to make a stream that is positive or focused on something that is not related to YouTube beef, you will have people who try to come into your chat and change the dynamics of things. They'll come to the panel, they'll try to change the dynamics of the conversation. So like, yeah, it may have started off focusing, especially earlier or like last year, like it's harder to like keep your channel focused on what you want when every time you upload somebody, then you got multiracial movement and Golden Goddess, so-and-so did this, and like, just leave me alone. I'm not dealing with you. Like,
yeah, see that, but I don't know, because it frustrates me because it makes it feel like they're winning. Now I understand if Fran has disappeared, and I even tried to ask Shorty, as she hasn't heard from her, but I do know she was having some health things, because we of that age, and Fran's a little bit older than me, I believe. Yeah, I believe. So she was having certain, little health things. So I understand if that's the case, but she was really letting that, like what I'm witnessing with Diana, she was really letting that get to her. and I had to like I could see that it was really hurting her. It's really, like somebody like the cartoon Invader Zim when nobody's believing that this is an alien, and I can see how that and see what I was trying to explain to Shorty. I know that okay, Shorty wanted me to let her just release, right? But I knew that she was going to regret that after that whole angry biracial thing. I knew that, and you notice that's when she kind of disappeared after that. I knew that she didn't want to be cursing, you know what I'm saying? And then of course, Golden Goddess them hold on to the audio, have it up on their channel. You know what I'm saying? And
of course.
Yeah, that's not how we used to talk up in here. And you got to understand, there was a horrible experience that already happened with Fran and some of these other people. There were some people in my panel, and I didn't know just how horrible it got. Like I used to have the live streams, and then I used to let a whole bunch of people up on the panel. Now you'll just for the most part, but yeah, I used to let people, and we used to have a good time. But I was noticing these same people, was it Sonia Singe and they would post in support of what I was talking about. They were also with Harvey Superboy and this Princess something. But I would notice it would be the same people just starting arguing. They came at this Kimberly Frazier, who I used to be in association with. She also came to my house. And I noticed that they were starting. I was just noticing, okay, we could be just talking about anything, cartoons. No, and then I'm seeing, okay, wait, are they arguing in the chat? I'm like, what the hell is going on? It used to be True Royal Family. I'm no longer associating with her. Used to be, we used to have a lot of, we had it popping. We had a lot of these popular people coming up. We were the ones but then they would be trying to conscious observer, trying to get me to turn against Kimberly Frazier, trying to tell me she's a witch, you know what I'm saying? And I understand, I didn't realize just how ugly it got. Thank gosh I didn't exchange numbers with all these people. Now, first, it started with just a fight or disagreement, Kimberly Frazier, True Royal Family. These outside people, they just made it into, and come to find out, so I did research. Yeah, and then they was coming at Shorty Womp Womp. Just because they were just coming at people if you were cool with this person. They were coming at her, making, and saying that, they caused Kimberly Frazier's mom to die because we all knew that she was taking care of her mom. And they talking about how through voodoo they caused. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know how bad it got. It got to a point where the sister I had to talk her into moving and throwing away this laptop they sent her as a gift. And they used her address. They sent her shit, literally sent her feces in the mail. I said, it got, and come to find out, these were people who were East End. Now, Fran keeps thinking that it was a colorism thing, like because it was some light-skinned people, and she gets frustrated because she's trying to convince me that they were disrupting my channel because I was light-skinned. I don't believe that. I'm still not convinced with that. She gets frustrated. Her in Emancipation, they gets very frustrated talking about they know what they're talking about. But see, the thing is that this person the Sonia Singe was mixed. She was East Indian and black or something, but dark skin, I guess. I don't know. And I don't want to go along with what Tariq Nasheed be talking about with tethers, but it do make you wonder, who are these people? Because then I found out with some of these people, they going in other people. I would discover in other people's panels, they starting stuff. Yeah, and I noticed that the Sonya person, and I never said nothing against her, I noticed she posted in Harvey Super, Nasheed for you, support that Angel Ramirez Jordan, who's a Puerto Rican. And I'm like, I guess she didn't think I would discover that post. So I did a story, what you talking about, Sonya? And I asked her, and she said, no, I'm cool with you, Nasheed. I ain't got no problem with you, Nasheed. So I'm realizing, you got some people going around here. Eventually, it just messed up everything. I had to just do a whole filtering process. I had to remove people. I was realizing that people who I had as moderators, people were inboxing me, telling me that they blocked them, and I'm like, I'm explaining I had nothing to do with that. I didn't know about that. These were people who were supporting me for years, and no telling how many other people were blocked. So I realized that there are people going around sabotaging YouTube panels and spaces. You know?
Well, I think it also goes into this troll culture that we're
Yeah.
experiencing online, because before the online experience, going back to like the 90s, you had to be at your computer dialed up into some internet before you can get on the internet and do anything. And even within there were some parameters. You can only be on there so long. Like, you know, there's things that prevented you from using the internet for an absurd amount of time. Now you can be literally taking a poo and sit on the internet and troll somebody all day during the experience. It makes it easier for you to be messy, especially if your mind is already set up to do messy shit. But I actually got to get ready and head off to my
Yeah.
internship.
So I'm
connected.
assuming that you're not going to do the Zacharias stream, or are you? I'm assuming.
Oh no, I'm still going dog walking. Yeah.
That must be about Zacharias, the Aretha Franklin, that I didn't figure out.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to definitely go into, because I really feel like Bluish needs to know that somebody has his address with MapQuest directions.
Wow.
Ain't no need for you to have no MapQuest directions to nothing, unless you have intentions on going there and do, like, people like him. You got to watch out for them, because he has nothing. He has nothing to lose. He'll hop his little dirty, ugly ass on a Greyhound and go to somebody's house, and God knows what could happen.
This is scaring me, because I'm thinking of what happened to my friend Kimberly Frazier. It was, and her mother was dying at the time. I didn't even realize just how ugly and bad it got.
You got to watch these people online. Like, at the end of the day, it's like people don't want to keep it an online thing. They want to get real dirty. But when
Do
they
you
get
think
dirty,
maybe you should leave it alone though? Like, maybe, I don't know, because I don't want nothing bad happening. I know you can protect yourself. Don't get me wrong.
no, because I also feel like by not saying something, you basically are allowing them to get away with it.
Oh man.
And also, there's like the legal. This isn't just a YouTube beef. This is something that went to the legal system. So it's like, if there's a legal situation happen, and if these were white people, would you even ask that question? You'd be like, no, we're gonna expose them. They're harassing us. They got stalker files. They got MapQuest. Like, if it was Jennifer Chapton who did this, no question who would needs to happen next.
Of course not. Expose her ass to see. That's hard when you communicate with somebody. You just kind of felt sorry, you know. Because I remember he had a channel. I can't say that I ever really followed his channel, but he did have a good following. You know, I don't know what he was saying that led to his channel being taken down, but I always kind of felt for him a little bit, because, you know, he always came off as cool and respectful towards me, you know. Damn, so that's a heartbreak, because it's really taking me down memory lane, because it was people I trusted, including an older woman, and I remember somebody exposed that she was this one that was trolling under this other name. She was the one going to, and they exposed because she slipped up with her audio or something, and we realized that was her. That blew my mind, because this now was an older woman, but she represented this new post 2015 YouTube generation. And this is an older woman that I talked on the phone with. And so just imagine if I was to find that out with Sister Radical. Oh yeah, she turned on. So that broke my heart. So it's like, this is happening all over again. And yeah.
Oh, what a tangle, you know, oh, what a tangle, what is it? Oh, what a tangle web we weave when we inspire to deceive, or something to that effect. I feel like when you start trying to create and balance all these different personalities online so you can do troll and stuff, it's only a matter of time before you slip up. At the end of the day, I feel like we're all too grown to be doing any of that shenanigans. If you want to talk saucy online, expect somebody to talk saucy to you online. Don't be trying to do some stuff outside of the internet and then trying to intimidate people and expect that I'm going to protect you from law enforcement. No, remember, you guys aren't black. And even if you were black, you can still get this work. I mean, I'm not going to allow people to, like, I feel like this is an issue within the black community, where we allow other black people to terrorize us within our community and don't say shit about it. Definitely don't bring the police in it. We just
I didn't even
live with the chaos.
I was wondering why Shorty one more, why she keep responding. I had no idea just how bad it had got. You know,
it got ugly.
Yeah, I had no idea just how bad it got. Yeah, so that's why also I kind of in a way want you to leave, because when Kimberly Frazier followed my advice, things went, you know, good, and I would stay on the phone with her for hours and stuff and comfort her. She had lost her mom and everything. She listened to me have a seizure on the phone.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so we
deal?
got, yeah, and it's sad because we're kind of not really communicating with each other now, and her channel got hacked, you know, and she was doing pretty, and it was such a good thing because she ended up excelling in subscribers and doing so well, and it was like, yes, you know, like the payback, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I was.
Well,
yeah, so Fran was also affected by that, come to find out. Obviously, these people exchanged numbers and things got personal. So Fran was one of the people affected. Yeah, so Fran has went through some trauma herself, and that's why I'm also passionate about this.
And all the more reason why I feel like when these things happen and we don't do anything about it, and we just allow it to happen, it will continue to happen to other people, whether it's someone we know or someone we don't. And there's a framework in social work called the broken window theory. And how it works is that most bad communities start off with that first broken window that nobody decided to fix. And then the rest of the community goes to shit because nobody cares if windows are broken.
If I would have, see, the problem was I didn't block those persons right away. I tried to every time thinking I could diffuse when they would come up and I would see them arguing in the chat room, the Sonia Sins, and I'm like, wait, we're not even talking about this subject. But I would try not to, you know what I'm saying? You know, thinking that I could diffuse, we could diffuse this, and but yeah.
I also think these people need to be revealed. Like, I don't need to know your address.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying some people, they asses do need to be exposed. So yeah, that got me into just looking into stuff. And imagine, you know, somebody they sharing your Facebook, you know, they asking Angel, calling them, asking about you. And I'm like, who is this Cynthia G? Like, who the fuck, who is she?
Even though that's weird, that's very weird, nothing, in my opinion, gets to the point where someone is getting your address and they get MapQuest directions. Because now it's a situation where it's not even like they're gossiping about you online. It's to be expected that people are going to gossip about you online. Technically, we're sort of gossiping in a way. But when a person is looking for your coordinates to where you live and they're trying to figure out where you work, that is getting to an Asia McGowan kind of territory where you don't even know this person. You definitely don't know where their mindset is. But what's not going to happen is you're not going to be terrorizing me and determining what I talk about and what I like and who I communicate with and who communicates with me. And the situation with Zach, he better be careful. Diana, she's a very sweet girl, but she got killers in her family, and they do live in the same state. And now you're not Zacharias Camillo, you're Zachary Dwayne Boston, and we know where you at. And somebody may ride on you, so you better be careful.
I would want to talk with him. You know what I'm saying? Since he talks on the Bible as if he does to hit his conscience.
You need to check out this this podcast. He talks about witchcraft 90% of the time.
Oh gosh, no, I'm done. I'm done. You know what? I'm not. You know, because I have to think about that with those people. Yeah, because they was actually telling Shorty and I told Shorty, don't even mind it. Talking about we'll cause the death of your mother too, and all this shit.
Oh yeah, he wished the death on a lot of people. He wished the death on the judge and her daughter. It got ugly. He basically implied that he had some type of magical thinking. He basically said that he was glad that his mother was dead. He was glad that his grandmother was dead. Everybody he ever hated, he's glad that he basically said he willed it into existence for his mother to die and his grandmother to die last year. I'm like, well, your grandmother was probably like 80 something and your mama was almost 70. So
I get it, but I want you messing with. Like I'm telling you, this shit is. Well, you know what? But okay, I can't be talking like it's hard to say because we supposed to only fear the Most High Yah. And like I told Shorty Wump, I said, you know, I had to tell her, don't even be paying. See, if we're on the side of the Most High Yah, they the ones who gonna have to be afraid. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to talk as if I'm talking out of fear, like I fear them and their witchcraft or whatever more than the Most High. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's so important that we get under the protection of the Most High. So I'm glad that Shorty no longer pays attention to, you know what I'm saying?
So we went to court on the 20th.
I went to court, Lord.
Oh yeah, I don't play with people. So we went to court on the 22nd. He didn't show up in person. I would have had somebody touched him. Like had he would have showed up in my city, but no, like he showed up in like via telephone. And when I say it was 3 hours, it was literally 3. I was about to stab myself in the eyes. I was just like, this is taking forever. By the 23rd, he had done 20 podcasts about how the judge is in, somehow I paid the judge. I'm in the Illuminati. I'm like, dude, if I was in the Illuminati, you'd be dead, dead, dead. Like if I really had that kind of power and I was clinked up with the system and all that weird stuff, do you think you'd be running your mouth in that little dirty apartment right now? Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is how you know that this person clearly is not attached into reality, and he will basically project all of these unrealistic, like basically by calling me a demon, I'm in the Illuminati. He basically saying that my life doesn't deserve value. And if somebody takes me out, oh, well, because he's in the Illuminati and they traffic children. Like, I see the bullshit. I've been working in mental health for a very long time, and I know people like him. They try to weaponize their mental illness, but they're a lot saner than they like to pretend they are. Like, even through his little podcast, he went through the stages of grief. First was denial. Oh, you can't tell me nothing. I live in Houston. Blah, 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 blah. The next stage. Well, I haven't washed up for a whole week, which is disgusting. And I'm so depressed. And this is a spiritual attack. It's just like he goes through all of these stages. And it's like, I'm keeping track of, like, you mentioned Diana again. You threaten anybody I know. You mention my name. We send the police to pick you up. Period. Everybody is going to shut the hell up about me in a little bit. Then I can return back to YouTube.
Man, maybe if it was up to me, I'd shut this shit down. I would shut social media down for like a year so people can clear out. I thought that I was there because I wasn't supposed to come back up in here until June, like my birthday. Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to be here until December. I wasn't supposed to come back until September. That was my return.
Yeah, because now you see why friend. And that's the thing. I'm watching people disappear. And it's like I witnessed this at the message forum. The really cool people leave because it's like, but I get it. People just they did this with the message forums. It messed up. Like with our panel, we really had a good thing going. We really had a fun thing. Black folks getting along, and then also with females also. And I'm looking at the other sectors where they're arguing and stuff. I was like, oh, we really got something good going. We're having fun conversation. Everybody wants to come and join in from Philly Advice. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? And this is really messed up. I see I have to take a damn break. But let me.
What I did. I'm going to get out of here because I really do need to get to my internship. But what I did, and I did this on purpose, is I spent a lot of time not uploading YouTube videos because I wanted to drop out of their algorithm. I don't want my stuff to pop. I'd rather
that's what I'm like. Please, I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, so imagine I'm typing in my name and I'm seeing, the chief, and it's her video. Like, that's how I was feeling. Hybrid, I don't want my name associated with your channel. When people, you know what I'm saying? Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Like, stop trying to tag me. Stop trying to put my name and shit. You know what I'm saying? I will allow
nobody cares
to move
that's
on.
That's the thing. Like, nobody, especially with Hybrid, it's like, bro, right. He's a good example of what a tether is. Like, he has no identity in Canada. He has, like, black people have no political relevance in Canada. They don't even pander to niggas up in Canada. So you have no relevance there where you live. And now you're trying to gain relevance in our social circles in America, trying to say you're half black, when in reality, you're half Trinidadian and you're Canadian. You got nothing to do with what's going on here. Please keep your struggle in your country. Like,
he knows black women. He's like, have you even ever interacted with a black woman? Even in your own family, have you ever even interacted with? But he's schooling people on black women and the black mindset, the lesbian, feminist, black. I'm like, oh my God.
He needs to school us on his relationship with Tranime Girl. Once we get when we get a robust explanation of what that relationship was, then I will still ignore what he has to say, but I still want to know why he was with Tranime Girl so long. I low-key think that's who Mulatto Pixie could be. That could be Tranime Girl.
Wow. Oh yeah, Mulatto Pixie. She watches everything I do. That chick she was like that. What's that one? A Hispanic one? That Hazel one. Yeah, following
Yeah,
you
she's another one of
around. And yeah, you see, she did a video with my niece talking about like, okay, so I see you trying to trigger right there, and that's the shit that pisses me off right there. My oldest niece now, she's been wanting to go at Golden Goddess ass, but I'm like, no,
Clearly.
I don't want them to know your channel. You know, I got my oldest niece. She has a channel where it's stuff I don't approve of. Okay, because she's into astrology and all that, so. You know,
Okay.
I don't really approve of that stuff. Angel Ramirez Jordan knows my niece, but I don't want then people coming at her because then I have to go off there, you know, because those are still my babies, you know. Yeah, I had to put my video when she took I had to put my video on private with me interviewing my niece on the weight loss and everything. Because then I'm thinking of my niece. See, y'all can come at me, you know, and I'll share pictures and all that because that's how we used to do up in here. We used to feel comfortable doing that stuff. You know what I'm saying? We used to actually meet up with people back with the message forum days in the early 2000s. We used to meet with people, like, you know, but now it's like, especially I'm glad I didn't share my number with certain people because I didn't know.
I wish one of these niggas would show up. Absolutely not. Even if it was like a friend, I'd be like, why are you here? Like, it's cool on the internet, but like, I don't know, maybe because I'm a
Kimberly Fraser spent like a week with me and my family. It was great. We just stopped talking. Yeah, okay, because I had when my channel was getting flagged like crazy, you know, getting strikes and shit. And I told her to, you know, let people know that, you know, my channel got a strike on it. You know, my channel got you know, to you know, look out for it. She never did, you know. So I was like, Kim, okay. So when she came up in my live stream, so I would go to the Random Topics channel. That's where I would go when my channel would get flagged. And so I was like, well, where the video at? It was the fact that I said it publicly. And she was disappointed that I said it. You know, I apologized to her, but I'm not gonna kiss nobody behind now. But I apologize.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it was just a reaction. I was like, where the video at, sis? You're supposed to be letting people know what's going on with me, you know?
Also, like, you know, just it becomes a very emotional space, YouTube. But I gotta get up out of here. I know you got things you gotta do. I'm glad that we connected, and I'm gonna try to do a little bit more streaming. I got some videos coming.
Okay, I'm looking for it because we need alternatives. Y'all gotta give. It can't just be me running my mouth. Y'all gotta get. I'll be wanting to chill on somebody else's stream sometimes, you know.
I'm gonna disappoint a couple of people with these next couple of videos because the Oprah video coming up first, but then we're gonna talk about R&B because it's been a lot of slipping going on up in R&B. So we're gonna talk about really just the male R&B.
The conversation. We have to take back the conversation, the debate, show people how to debate, how to converse. We got to take it back.
Absolutely. And model good behavior. Like I'm done with the edginess. I've already proven that, like, look, I got a mouthpiece and I'm definitely witty with it. So like, it's not really a situation where I feel like I need to prove that anymore. But moreover, I'm more interested in just, you know, fostering interesting conversations and having interesting people. And there are some mixed people like Anthony Ali. I think he's a real, like, even though like he has some interesting people on his panel who I'm not a big fan of, I think for the most part, he has a good spirit. Diana has a good spirit. There's some good people. He got some, like, he's an interesting kind of dude. He's a biracial dude. He has a black wife, I believe. So
last thing. What's with Georgia Squadron? I saw him in the chat room. Now I have seen him like in the, you know, like I think with like Angry Biracial. What but he's been kind of pleasant and, you know, what's the deal? What is it that I don't know? Is that you because you said school shooter or something?
So with Jordan was affiliated with white nationalist groups, but you knew that already. And pretty much a lot. Right. You know how like with the Proud Boys and all of them, they would have these minorities. A lot of times they were biracial or light skinned or whatever, or Latino. They would be the face of the group and basically trying to make it look like it's not a race hateful kind of a group. But in the back chat, you know, it was really the white people who was really moving things along with the Proud Boys.
Yeah,
he was a part of that kind of group, but it was far more militant than the Proud Boys. Lots of anti-blackness, lots of anti-Latino, very focused on killing Latinos and things like that. So his roommate apparently was involved. Now, this is your roommate involved in a mass shooting that occurred against some Chinese immigrants. Now, you're not about to sit here and convince me that you, who mentioned killing immigrants also, and you had a roommate who had guns and shit, and y'all live in the same spot, y'all ain't never had a conversation about that. It's more than likely that y'all talked about it, planned it, and when he got caught up or whatever, you know, you skated away. So every time I bring up, I don't even say Georgia Scott Squadron is a mass shooter. I never said Jordan Davis is a mass shooter. I just say you are a mass shooter. I mentioned that, and he knows it's him because he knows he's involved.
Okay.
And he knows it's a matter of time.
Oh my gosh, this is tough for me because I like giving people a chance. But okay. Do you think that, because what I've read from his posts to like Diana and stuff, he sounds like a person who is ashamed of his associations and stuff. Do you know?
It was just last year. It was just very
Oh
recent.
gosh, oh gosh.
This
Okay,
was
well,
like what,
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna do it like
2021?
if he, I won't block him. I'll try to be fair, but if it make you like, are these people spying? What the hell?
He's definitely spying because he doesn't like black people. And he
God,
definitely doesn't
don't
like
do
black
this.
women.
I don't want to believe that somebody's just trying to soften me up so that I can deter my conversation, because he's been posting to me pleasantly. You understand?
Here's another thing that he did recently with one of the women over in the Gold is
gosh.
Fair. Now, you know, I don't really care much for The Future is Golden. I think she's very fugazi and I just don't trust her. But she did mention, and I do believe this to be true, that on a video call, he kept trying to get her information and where she lived. He said, come on cam. Then he got on cam, but she just didn't go on cam. He had an assault rifle. He had an assault rifle in his hand. And he says he's not worried about anybody coming after him because he has this, and he started firing off his assault rifle. So that's another reason why you can't hide the truth about what's going on. Because what if something does happen? Like you need people to know who's involved.
What I liked and what I saw in his post is the idea of being reformed, or because I saw him post like kind of God-fearing stuff. And you know, people play on me with that, but I mean, you know, so that I kind of respect. So I'm what I'm hoping is that, because I do believe, you know, like me learning of Saul, that maybe it's a thing of he's ashamed of that. He's you know what I'm saying. Now I don't expect him to be pro-black. I expect that, you know, no, but so yeah, so okay, if I see him post, I'm not going to block him. You know, I'll greet him as I do everyone else. But yeah, thank you for just letting me know to keep my, so yeah, because I do feel, gosh, who are these people? What the hell is going on?
Look, with people like him, specifically people like him.
But thank you for telling me. So I know to keep my.
I don't try to influence what people do. And I've known this about him for about a year at this point. I don't try to tell people who they should talk to and what they should do.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to come up on my panel or anything like that. I don't think it's going to.
He may try, because he tries to move like that. He may try, yeah.
Oh, I hope that.
He may try to do that.
I hope
he will, especially since apparently I have him blocked, so I don't see his activity. And contrary to popular belief, I don't really be into what these people are doing. But it was brought to my attention by Cynical. She said, "Did you notice that George Orwell was in the chat?" I'm like, "Oh, was he? I didn't know. He's blocked." And she's noticing that he's in the chat more, which he was never here in the first place. You are persona non grata.
What, in my chat room or yours? Yours.
Well, he's blocked. When you block somebody on YouTube and you block them in so many different ways, you don't see them when they're in someone else's chat. So when he comes to your chat, I don't see it.
Okay, yeah, he has been. It was only like once, and then, you know, he's like left the post, or, you know, and also like, let's say, like complimenting my picture, or, you know what I'm saying. And so I just took it, you know, and me reading the comments to Diana, you know, I've and from my,
he also plays around with Hybrid a lot. Him and Hybrid have a love-hate relationship.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, they have a love-hate relationship. You know, mostly him trying to get Hybrid's approval.
But you're
Hybrid,
the person who's found God and he's trying to, you know, be a good Christian. Because I notice he will post, like in support of the Bible. So I try to give, even if it's from the, you know, the white Christian view, I try to give them the benefit of doubt, you know, because, okay, all right. But I just, look, you have the moderator wrench, so like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll just leave that.
If I had to put my life in the hands of Hybrid or put my life in the hands of Jordan, I would put my life in the hands of Hybrid.
Damn! Oh goodness gracious!
It's that bad. It's that bad.
Okay.
It's that bad because he's so fugazi with it. With Hybrid, you know, he looked like a dog. He looks like a dirty little dog.
Forgiven, like a person that you know, redemption. And they can
sure.
You know, like Paul, who was Saul in the Bible. You know.
You can definitely seek redemption, and I'm not the person that can absolve anyone of any wrongdoing. And I'm also not the person to say if someone has been healed or if they've been forgiven by God.
Yeah, I understand. But if you say better safe than sorry, I get it. But you know,
here's the thing that you got to remember, though.
In post, he do sound like he's ashamed. I'm now angry by racial. Hell no.
Here's the thing. Anywhere he goes, anytime I've ever heard him on a panel, he always brings up his time with these neo-Nazis. It wasn't like he was there for years. It must have been no more than a couple of months, maybe a year or so at the most. Why do you keep reflecting on that and feeling like that's something that you need to lead the conversation with? Like, haven't you done something else in your life that's worth mentioning? Why do you keep reflecting on that? And why do you feel like that is an avenue to get you into the golden sphere? Unless you already know that the golden sphere is inherently anti-Black. And you feel as though saying, oh, well, I was so motherfucking anti-Black that I was in a neo-Nazi group. Like, that is what that felt like. It didn't feel like a person who was ashamed of their action. It was him using that to gauge the temperature. Yeah, he Black on both sides like me. Like, a matter of fact, I think, and that's the other thing, he was trying to play this game of...
This is very interesting.
He was trying to play this game of who's Black and who's not, and I'm super urban. I'm like, let me explain something to you. If we're going to do that weird game of counting up DNA and all this stuff, I have a higher European ancestry, and I have a master's degree. I'm working on a PhD. So I'm an educated mulatto. You are an Uber Eats driver who has a history of threatening Mexicans online. Just because you talk like them stupid people from California. I lived in California for years. I know that's how they talk. They talk with that, oh, I'm so sincere. I'm such a really introspective person. Like, get out of here with that.
The reason why I can't be for racial mixing, and this is not an insult to you as it isn't an insult to my niece. Do you understand what I'm saying? But even though, of course, that's not the case with your stuff, my niece, but I do believe that this can lead to unnecessary trauma. You know what I'm saying? See, yeah, it didn't affect you. It didn't affect my niece like that. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're biracial like my niece now, you know, but this is why I can't help but because I don't know. It makes me even more of an. But then we got people crazy as Tommy, and they ain't mixed with shit. So I don't know.
Right. So yeah, I don't really think it has anything to do with mixedness. I think.
But you understand why I'm saying what I'm saying? Because it's got to for a person to feel that they out hook up with neo-Nazis. There's got to be some trauma of feeling a need to belong, not knowing where you belong, not knowing. You know what I'm saying? And
I mean, I haven't looked him up that much to know. I don't know enough about his family unit. I really didn't look it up because I feel like his personality enough. I feel like it probably would give me more context into his behavior, but I don't have enough empathy for this person to try to reach out to them and try to figure them out. I think he is a lost cause. This man is in his 30s. He still has these anti-Blackness, these anti-Black ideals.
Trauma, like that's what if people to be honest and. What did you? That's what I was willing to do with Golden Goddess, and when they came up there, just talk about it. If people were just honest, what did you? Don't be living vicariously, because I know they be exaggerating on some shit. Black girls hating on me. I know, you know what I'm saying. Really, 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 what was really your experience? I could tell when they bullshit and when they for real. Like what was, you know, because you look at Georgia, he does have some blue eyes, some very interesting features that you would think that he was. Black, white, you know what I'm saying, biracial, and not what you refer to as MGM, you know. So I'm just like Because what would make you want to associate with, you know what I'm saying?
You know, George R. also, like, he does a lot of the trickery with his cameras, similar to what Bossy Empress does. Like the trickery where you're like washing your face out and you look super duper pale. Like
these cameras, I think, be doing like what you see here. This is me. What you see with this picture, this is me. These cameras, yeah, I may get a little light in the winter and stuff, but these cameras, I don't know. It's like they causing people to look lighter. And I don't know.
I think there's also filters too, where you got this weird heavenly glow on yourself all the friggin' time. But I definitely see what you're saying. Like he definitely looks like a person, and I'm not one of those people who say you're not mixed unless you have a white parent.
Had a very interesting experience because even with yourself,
but you got to bear in mind though, he grew up in LA. This is what I do know. He grew up in the LA County area. Do you know how many mixed light-skinned people are in the LA? Not even just the people who were born and raised here, but the people who move here because they want to become actors and models and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, he was not unique by any stretch of the imagination, at all.
That's a good point.
I mean, I would argue somebody
want to talk about too more of these blacks that are so-called Republican, conservative, right wing. Like, what is with it with? And I notice with black males, what is attracting them?
Well, black people are conservative. I mean, most black people are very conservative by nature. So and then also the Republican Party has a unique relationship with the black community. It's a lot of things that plays in the factor. And I know
I've been so wanting to talk on that. New Possibilities. He's recently did his thing. The thing is, I can't get 100% with him because he's, I mean, I'm not just because he's Democrat, but you know, we've kind of on certain things. But because I'm not with the, but I'm just glad that he's the one who's addressed this recently. You know how they say that black women been conned by the Democrats, where I'm seeing something going on with black men. And oh goodness, but when it gets to a point where you want to be with Proud Boys, I can't imagine color. Not even just black people, but I can't even imagine any. But it's a lot of these Hispanics too. There's a lot of these Hispanics who are now. I got two friends of mine who used to be Facebook friends with me. They're Hispanic and they very patriotic and some stuff that's seriously bored. You know, like I've had to we no longer really associate. I don't know what's this new wave of I don't know. Maybe I'll just say ultra patriotic. I'll put it like that.
Well, at the end of the day, I don't so much care if Mexicans want to go down that route. If they want to play those games.
Them I can't. Right, exactly.
If they want to play those games and see what happens. When it comes down to more because I already know what happens. Because at the end of the day, black people still have more political power than Hispanics. At the end of the day, they play these games, but at the end of the day,
they talking on the tip, sounding like. You know what I'm saying? I guess.
Who tries to cater whose vote? Like at the end of the day, they're always trying to come from because Latinos are not really all over the place. They are in certain parts of America, states like Texas, states like California, Florida, and not even in New York where they have a visibility. They're not that relevant in comparison to because they usually vote with whatever black people are doing. Those are more Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, and things. They have a closer proximity to blackness. Where Mexicans, they have a completely different agenda. Those Cubans completely different agenda. So they're not a cohesive voting, pillar at all. They do different things in different regions. So people don't even try to really cater to them. Like at least black people, for the most part, if you really had to ask every black person to vote for reparations, most of them would agree, especially the biracials, because they want something out of it. Like most people will vote.
Right, they talking this shit online. They're talking this shit online, but
in real life.
Cut the shit. And see, that's why I want you to make sure you change your birth certificate. All that. They talking that shit online, but they know damn well.
I actually wanted to do, because I'm pulling from my skills as a social worker. I wanted to really
Yes,
explain to
please
them
do. Please do. 'Cause
how.
I don't think I can hold see, that's the thing. I've lost control. When I used to at my panels, I let other people, you know what I'm saying? Because I am not very good with the timing, organizing, and all of that. So I feel, but I would like these discussions more. And I just feel like a certain community has left. It's like we can't have these discussions. No, only thing people want is just the gender shit, and you know what I'm saying? And, yeah. So.
I think there needs to be a treaty written up, like some type of treaty where everyone, like the leaders of certain spaces, needs to sign it. Like the Golden Sphere doesn't exist, like that. They don't have a voice in this conversation. But I do
That
think,
is
like,
the craziest. All the people on YouTube, the Golden Sphere has to be hands down of all the spheres and shit I've encountered in my 16 years, and I've been even longer in social media. How can the Golden Sphere be the craziest?
because they have like the white people weirdness, but they also got the black people's aggression, all mixed together. Where it's like all of the bad qualities from both races are there, and it's like,
I can't. Like, why? How did I even get? Oh Lord, and the thing is, I think maybe more mixed people, biracial people need to be exposed to shit. Like, look, these people speaking for y'all. Y'all need. My niece is lost. She don't even, yeah. So they would think that my niece is putting on the front. Like, no, I think there are a lot of mixed people like my niece who really like, I can't fuck with y'all. Like, I don't know what y'all talking about.
most people were on that. Like, I've come across some like anti-black mixed people way before the Golden Sphere, way before social media.
Really?
Like when you have family, like
I ain't used to that.
Oh yeah, I've come across that shit
I knew
often.
they would come off even.
Like it's not all the time.
They came off as more kind of militant, pro-black, and I don't even think it was necessarily just about making up for blackness or whatever they claim.
But there's all kinds of ways. Sometimes it's passive aggressive comments. Sometimes it's there's sometimes with kids you see it with children. Sometimes it depends on which person you invite to your party. Or what kids are you allowing to sit next to you? Sometimes it could be low-key stuff like that, where you see, especially if you go to a school where there is a large visible white population. It's a difference when you got 1 or 2 white kids to go to your school when like 40% or 30% of your school is white and maybe 50% of your school. Like I went to a school where 30% was white, 50% was black, 10% was Latino, and 10% was like Asian or Middle Eastern. So we had a very diverse population. So you do have the opportunity, if you're a mixed person, if you want to be that person chase behind white people, there is a population to chase behind if that's the kind of person you want to be. And I've encountered a lot of mixed, biracial, or just light-skinned people who they just identify more with white people. And a lot of these people, you got to understand, these were, for example, a person like George Orr and even that AMR dude, they give me the vibe of these were tokens. These were token kids who used to hang around black or white kids. And now you're grown and these white kids grew up and got married and they're more involved in their white families and then they don't even talk to you no more. And you still miss that connection when you used to be a token in high school. Like
these people, I think it's the thing of where they mad because you got black people who are like this too. They're mad because black folks, they weren't the cool black kids or they weren't with the cool, they were seen as corny. And so they use that excuse, oh, it's because I talk white or look white. And you're just corny. You're just corny as crow shit. You lack, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that to be mean, but like when I talk about to people how not all nerds, if you will, are nice. We instantly think because somebody is a nerd or somebody that they're nice and and I know that, you know what I'm saying? And so they'll use this excuse. Well, it was because, they get mad at black people because black kids were perceived as cool. And they, need to be the ones that also join Soda Nation. Those black people are mixed with black people that join Soda Nation.
I just don't have sympathy for those people. once you decide that you want to associate yourself with certain things that are clearly anti-black and you're cool with that, I'm just not dealing with you, and I don't have any sympathy for your experience. I get it. We all have our things that we went through. But I don't care about the trauma.
I can't say I was ever picked on for being light skinned. And that's another thing too. I think I'm like, maybe it's just my city, Chicago. But I do think you got some people exaggerating on it. I'm not saying that these things don't happen, but I do think that they're like, it just like there are people, now some could say with the dark skin is, well, darkism is real, but it's like kind of more of a thing in media. You know what I'm saying? Than because I know, like, my friend who was dark skinned, my friends, they actually got more attention than I did. And I probably got teased more for my black features than they did, despite having darker skin. But being the fact of, let's say, my lips, never was really teased on my nose, but my hair, you know what I'm saying?
Colorism only works in that, like, so colorism or feature, I prefer featureism because it kind of encompasses all of the phenotypes.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
I definitely experienced more featureism than my friends who happen to be dark skinned. Definitely. And then I had big breasts, I was teased over that, another big feature. So yeah, I definitely but
the fact that you were light skinned and the fact that your features are still more on the African side probably made you stand out a little bit more, because had you had slimmer features and it looked more European, well, you're light skinned, you probably mixed with something. Or if you were just a dark skinned woman, well, these features just go with a brown skinned, dark skinned woman. So it wouldn't have been something that stuck out.
Was trying to tell me. I said, I never thought of that. She was saying how what she said? She said that she believed that that's also colorism with them taunting my nose, like basically implying if I was dark skinned. Now they never really taunted my nose. I think because it was more my lips. I think because when I was smaller, how features get bigger as you get older and stuff. But because otherwise, I guess my nose fit my face more at the time or whatever. But it was more my lips and just I got a face. I got prognatism and stuff like that. And so and that's my first time really considering that. She's like, that's probably if, like she was saying, like if I was dark skinned, they would not have taunted my lips or my hair, because I told you I had a mama who couldn't do black girls' hair, so my hair would be looking wild and unkept or nappy. I have the same texture as the rest of them, but the fact that my mama did not do my hair well, you could definitely see that I had the 4B, 4C texture hair. But so that's that's something to explore. I still don't see it as colorism. I still don't see it as and so Fran and Matthew, they get frustrated with me.
I still don't understand the hair texture thing. Like, you probably are.
That was more serious when I was a kid. I was more serious than colorism. That's what.
When did the conversation, or when did the whole hair texture system begin? Like the A1 and all. When did that become a thing? Because I'm just now hearing about
that in more recent years. Social media, 4A, 4B, and all that stuff.
I hear that growing up.
I think with the natural hair movement that kicked off, and in social media, and then they start defining different curl patterns. Now with trichometry, what I talked about in my Ancient Egypt series, that goes back, with the Pruner Bay. This guy suspected his wife was a Negro, so they started with cross. Yeah, I talk about it in the Ancient Egypt series with cross section hair trichometry. Now, but they use numbers, index numbers. Now with the whole 1A, that's something I've noticed more in social media in recent years, particularly after the natural hair movement and people start understanding hair patterns. And I think they wanted, maybe because you did start seeing, and this is where I think it began with the whole divide that led to these light skin spaces. I think it was actually started with texturism. See, we always talk about complexion, but it's actually a lot of times it's a little more to do with texturism than we realize, and featurism.
So could you tell me what pattern would I fall under?
Okay, from what I'm seeing,
and I don't have any like a texturizer or anything like that.
You look like a 3C, between 3C and 4A, but mostly, I'd say 3C. And usually that's a kind of a biracial. That's like with my niece. That's biracial. Yeah, if that's your name, you say you got no product. Oh, that's definitely.
I don't have any product or anything. That's just.
That's 3C, 3B, 3C. That's in the the biracial. Usually in the biracial category. In the threes.
So
is usually
my sister had way coarser hair. Well, not way coarser, but it was coarser. But it was a lot of it to the like. My sister's hair went past her back. Like she has very long. And then even my other sister. Yeah, I wonder if it's just like I don't necessarily subscribe to this notion that black women hair just don't grow. I don't.
Oh no, that's false. I know that with my locks.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it was a lot of bad science, a lot of bad hairstyles that were going on in the 80s and the 90s that was kind of damaging people's hair. But now people know what.
It goes way back with the damaging, but really bad. Yeah, the thing is, it's about the fact that our hair is more fragile. Well, it has less layers. Our hair has less layers. It ain't at all about it not growing unless you've done something, to cause like alopecia or traction loss. It's the fact that of our hair falling off. We get it confused. We get all this hair growth serum and hair growth. It's not your hair keeps growing unless it's wrong. It's gonna keep growing. That's why if it didn't keep growing, then why do you keep having to get touch-ups on your perm every month?
I'm a man of a certain age, so like my hairline is not gone, but it's definitely changing. So I definitely use products to try to keep. When I use products, it's like Rogaine to kind of sustain some type of fullness to my hair because that's different. I'm in my mid-30s. It is what it is.
I'm going through that. My locks thinning, and I'm kind of going through that. I have to be careful now around my edges. This is another thing that I'm going through with menopause. So women, we kind of go through that too. My locks were a lot fuller, like even with this picture here, which is just a couple of years ago. So I'm finding myself having to like curl my hair or something to make it look fuller because I'm noticing, but also I wasn't taking care of myself. So we go through that too. But usually on a normal young, like let's say woman, it is not at all about growth. Your hair, they always focusing on hair growth with women. That's not what it is. It's about the fact that our hair is falling off. It's breaking off faster than it grows. The thing, if it was about growth, then look at a person with locks. Person with locks and how long their hair, so it's not about. See, the thing is with locks, you're not messing with your hair. Everybody's hair grows 1/4 to 1/2 inch a month on average. Some people a little more, some people a little less. Okay, but every person, black, white, Asian, 1/4 to 1/2 inch a month, your hair grows, and everybody's hair on average sheds 87 strands per day. You're just like a cat shedding its hair. We shed hair too. So imagine your hair's already shedding 87 strands and you're combing at it, tugging at it, pulling at it. You're putting heat on it, putting hot curlers on it every day. You're applying heat to it, blow drying it.
Yo, I gotta go. My sister's about to call me like right now. So
that's what
it was great.
But this has been a great conversation.
Jessica, hold on 1 second.
I still have hope. So, but yeah, just be careful. That's all I'm gonna end it with, and I'm gonna leave your panel there.
We'll do. We'll talk again. You take care. All right, Lasheed.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Jessica.